Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Welcome to CoCoTALK, episode 241. On tap today, we have a gaggle of guests and a new game update segment.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello, Mark. Are you
Welcome,
still awake?
panels.
Hello.
For the moment,
Hello.
we'll see how long that'll last.
It's just for our viewers that obviously wouldn't know the backstory here. Mark got called into work and he was there because of tornadoes, I think it was, till 4 a.m.
Well, the tornadoes didn't get to Springfield, Missouri, I don't think, but the storms did go through, and I had to work with the police on our alarm that went off at the office up there. So it was 4 till I could finally get back to sleep.
Yeah, it's a quick moving storm. We got it up here already.
So yeah, this is the same storm that raised havoc in Kentucky and Lower Ohio.
Right.
But at any rate, if any of you viewers out there notice that Mark's starting to nod off, just make sure to shout at him and chat to wake him up.
So
I'm sure there's other things that could happen to wake him up.
This isn't TeamSpeak Irregulars, David.
you know, like the taser I've got mounted to the bed here.
Yeah, that's
So, anyway, panels. Yes, panel introductions. We should do that.
Yep.
So, quick panel intros. Today we have Al Curtis Boyle, Mark
everyone.
Overhoser,
Hello.
me in the top center, Rick Ulland. So over there we got Ken Waters, Fred Provincia. And forgive me if I misspell or mispronounce names. Brian Schubring.
Hello, hello.
And
The
we got
music man.
Mr. Dave 6809.
Hello, guys.
I thought you were 6309.
Yeah, small.
Depends on the day. All right.
They're both good.
On the next row, Ciaran Anscomb.
That'll do. Hiya.
I got to work on that one. Then we got Alan.
Howdy, howdy.
And, Jay is over there, and
Hello, everyone.
then we have David Ladd, Nick
Hello.
Marentes,
Hey, good everyone.
Steve Bamford, hello, and James Diffendaffer.
Hello.
So in the chat we've got Alan, Missy, who's having to send the slave out for some coffee. Curtis on there, Tom Eric, the screen I can barely read over here. Jim, Kevin Holloway, Jim Landry, Tim Franklin,
Rocky Hill,
bunch more. Yep, Rocky Hill, Dave Croker. There's Chris Poacher just popping in.
David Craker. Yeah, there's a bunch of people in there already.
Yeah.
Mikey said in the chat too, he's only going to be here for the beginning of the show, so he won't be able to watch you nod off, unfortunately.
All right. So today, I guess we'll start off with the Game On Challenge and then lengthy discussions of game updates.
Yep.
All right.
Take it away,
let's
Ken.
see. Let me find the
We're going to do a little intro form first.
Yeah,
Here's
I
an intro.
got to do the intros when I find the right buttons here. Here we go.
High Score Challenge.
Welcome everyone to the results of this week's CoCoTALK Game On Challenge of the Week, where we played Seamus. There were a total of 20 players. We had Mr. Dave 6309 with 2980, Missy with 5185, Mikey with 8035, Mark B with 8460, OG Stevie Stroh with 8780, HSI 9570, Tom C 9980, Canadian Retro Things 10,285, L Curtis Boyle 10,920, Jim Rye 11,010, Rich N 11,805, Kieran 12,865, Coco Man 15,245, Sloopy Malibu 17,660, CoCo Discord user 18,655, Tasman Scott Cooper 25,055, Buck Owens 34,325, Flutterball 59,800, Fred Provancha 62,070. And the number one score this week is TBJ Chris, who rolled the score over and got an additional 140 points. Thanks to everybody that played, and we will see you next week. So
Wow.
the score rollover, I'm not exactly sure when that happened, so
I'm
It
guessing
was-
65,536.
that's
For
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's what-
it's a 16-bit number that wrapped over.
Yeah, we kind of guessed that, but I just thought it looked better
Unsigned
with
16
rollover.
number.
So another good turnout for the game this week. And yeah, we played Seamus, which was a game that was released on many different platforms. And there was also, let's see, Curtis put, whoops, I guess I got to share my screen here.
It's actually a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a good game. Oh, I can't share the screen.
Oh, that's because I am. Hang on. Now you can.
Screen hog. Desktop. There we go. And share. Let's see here. So Curtis posted this review of the game. The guy said in this one that it was an excellent game, a good shoot 'em up, 97% action game, 3%, I guess, other stuff like
Finding keys and doors.
finding keys and everything else. But
You
so-
notice the ad that's on that page?
yeah, Canadians.
Good night.
Kelly Software from Edmonton. I remember them.
But yeah, so like this game, if you're a fan of shoot 'em ups, he said, you're gonna love this game. Otherwise, yeah, probably not. So
And it's a large game, 148 rooms, 4 basic levels for each.
Yeah.
There's a lot of replay value because it takes a while to get through it all. There was a video we put on Game On News not too long ago, within the last month or two, that actually somebody played the CoCo version and actually won it, like beat the main boss at the end, and then it wraps over to a harder level and start over. I don't know if TBJ or TGB or TJB Chris or Fred or anybody else got to that point with their scores or not, but
I did not get to that point. No.
looks like you had to go a little bit further than wrapping the score over to beat the game.
Yeah. That's what I found.
But it's
as I
interesting.
mentioned last week, I'll just do one little quick thing here.
Okay.
This was a game that actually was sold as early as 1983 by Synapse Software directly for the CoCo. It was one of 3 titles they promised. Only 2 got released as far as I know. But this is one that Tandy ended up picking up, just like Zaxxon from Datasoft, and started selling themselves. They did not pick up the other one, Protectors 2.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
And this was released on a number of different platforms. So there's a bunch of them here. There's the Atari 8-bit, Commodore 64, so IBM PC, VIC-20, TI-99, the CoCo, and the Apple II, and the Game Boy Color.
Oh, I didn't know about that one.
Yeah. So it's quite interesting that it was on all those different platforms and, you know, fairly similar looking in all of them.
How would you describe it? I would describe it kind of as like Berserk, but with a bunch of extra elements and fixed mazes rather than kind of randomized.
Yeah. Kind of cross between Tut's Tomb and Berserk, I would say.
Yeah, it's Berserk turned into an adventure.
Yeah, because you got pickups, you got like the little potions for free men, you get the mystery ones that are question mark, you're not quite sure what you're getting.
And here's some gameplay footage from CoCo Man.
I did find out one interesting thing when I did my gameplay, though, that black line between your hat and your head, a bullet can go through there and you don't die.
And you can shoot the bullets. And
Yes,
my
just
internet
like
doesn't
the
seem to be
necktie
working.
from Berserk.
Yeah.
That's right. That's happened a number of times to me where it passes right through my hat, and I like, I think to myself, "Holy cow, did I luck out there?" Yeah. Yeah. I mean, those bullets are really hard to avoid. You know, when one's coming at you, you're like, "Oh crap!" and you can't get out of the way in time a lot of the time. And
if it's at the perfect level, you can shoot it.
Yeah, but that's really tricky to do. You know, you have to, you know, get on right the exact same level and shoot at it. And
it's more luck than anything else.
Yeah, exactly. It's like everything happens so fast, you usually don't have time to react like that. So there are a couple things, little tricks you can use to kind of increase your chances of survival like that. I usually hang out right at the edge of the screen. Okay, so if a bullet's coming towards me, I just retreat to the previous room.
Yeah.
And then come back into the room and everything resets.
Or if there's too many guys to try and kill.
Yeah, exactly. If there's like way too many guys and you don't think you can get them all, just retreat and then come back in. And, maybe
there might be less.
Have better luck. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the strategies I had playing the game. Anybody else have any other strategies or observations about the game?
I just kept shooting like crazy.
It's easier to shoot down and up than it is left and right. For some reason, I guess the bullets are fatter, I guess, when you're shooting downward or upward. And so it's easier to hit them.
Now, Jeremy Landry in the chat mentioned the biggest problem in the game was the bizarre diagonal aiming. That ruined me more than anything, both diagonal movement and diagonal shots. I didn't have any major problems.
I didn't have a problem with it. You get used to it.
I was playing with the Black Beauty, so it was quite easy to do the diagonal.
Yeah, diagonals were tough if you used the keyboard.
Yeah,
okay.
I found it very difficult to play without using the Black Beauty, so I was using the Black Beauty like the whole time.
Yeah, if you tried a digital joystick, you just couldn't shoot or move in the diagonals.
Exactly.
So.
A couple other hints I could probably give is when you press the fire button, you can't move. Okay.
Yep.
So you can use that to your advantage. You could press the button, hold it down so that you don't move, and then rapidly fire in whatever direction you need to take out all the enemies close by. And then once the immediate area is cleared out, then you advance further into the room. So you can use that to your advantage. The fact that you hold the button down, you don't move, but you can still fire. Another thing is when there's enemies on the other side of a wall, okay, they kind of follow you as you're going up to the top of the wall. And the temptation is to, as soon as you hit the edge of the wall to peek over the edge and then start firing at them. But I found that that's really risky because they can fire back at you. And if you're not firing at exactly the same level, then they'll kill you. So what you do is you just run past the top of the wall. They'll fire and you'll be able to get out of the way and then fire down at them at an angle and take them out that way. That's
Get
how
out
you
in the middle of the room. Get out in the middle of the space.
Yeah. So like what he's doing right there, I wouldn't actually do that. I would keep moving to the right and then fire down at an angle at them, so that they can't. So that if they fire back at you, you're able to get out of the way in time.
And then one little trick I picked up is that when you have some of those pickups like keys and question marks and potions and stuff, that those also block shots and also blocks the opponents. So you can use that as kind of a mini wall to steer them and herd them up together type thing. And that came in handy.
Yeah, they can act like a shield.
Yeah.
To kind of protect you.
Now, Jeremy Landry, following up with the diagonals comment, he says the diagonals aren't true diagonal. I could use the diagonals just fine. They just came out at wonky angles. I guess if you're expecting perfect 45 degrees, yeah, he's right. But you just get used to it. So.
Now, one of the things I found interesting with this game is changing the difficulty level didn't actually change the number of bad guys that you get or anything. It just changed the speed. And on the hardest level, it was a very fast game.
I find it kind of played better with the higher levels.
It did until you killed all the guys on the screen and you could move freely. Oh. I kept hitting walls when I did that.
I never could get that far.
Yeah, it starts moving you like really, really quick.
Yeah. Like if you're in the position where you're firing and you got the joystick pointed in one direction and all the guys get killed, and then all of a sudden you just fly across the screen and hit a wall.
Well, one thing I liked about the game visually, though, is that it made use of artifact colors beyond the basic 4, like most games did back then. So if you were running on true composite with all the funky purples and yellows and greens and stuff, it actually, with all these patterns it does in the background behind the walls, you actually got to see a lot of that. So it's actually one of the more colorful CoCo 1 and 2 games from this era. On a pure emulator, it's pretty well does, on the older emulators especially, it really does just the basic, black, white, red, blue type thing. But on an actual composite monitor, you get, all the funky colors.
Yeah, I loved this game when I was a kid. My brother and I played it a lot. And, it's my kind of game. I love the shoot 'em up games. My brother had the all-time high score in my family.
Until this week, didn't he? I think you beat it.
No, I actually didn't break his score. Yeah,
I think you came the closest you ever did, though.
I came really close, but I actually didn't break his score. His score was like 62,500 or something, and mine was like 62,070. So I just barely missed it.
Well, there's your evil auto guy, who at least you can stun, unlike Berserk.
Yeah, that's handy.
Actually, acts more like the guy in Venture.
Yeah,
because you can shoot him and stop him for a second.
Yeah.
I did like the keys. Like there's some maps for Seamus, because obviously it's a popular game on multiple platforms. So there's actually diagram maps of each of the 4 levels to go through. So it shows you where the rooms are, where the keys are, and where the locks and stuff to unlock levels are. So you can actually use that running on another window if you're running an emulator, just next to you on a laptop or whatever, to kind of gauge where you're going. Because I used to forget where the hell I'd been and back in the old days, and I'd end up running through the same rooms. I've already picked up everything, and then I just end up dying.
Yeah, you really need to either make a map or get a map to find your way around. Yeah, for sure.
I found that too. I was wandering around. I'm like, oh, been in this room.
Yep. Especially now that I'm getting older, my memory's actually getting worse. So I don't remember, the previous room I was in. Was I on the left side or the right side? I don't remember. But it's a good game. It has more long-term playability and replayability than Berserk, because there's a lot of variety. There's different skill levels to play. The randomized question mark where you don't know what you're actually getting type thing. So there's a lot of replayability that beyond Berserk. I think it's a better game than Berserk, to be honest. It came out later too, but
and more of a goal in it than Berserk. And Berserk is just go from room to room to room. I don't know if there's actually an ending in Berserk or not.
No, not that I know.
No, just dying.
Yeah, that's your end. The futility of fighting the robot horde.
Has anybody played Seamus 2 before?
I have not.
Seamus 2 is an entirely different game, and it's quite bizarre. It starts out as a side-scrolling game, and you move into rooms that resemble a Breakout or Arkanoid type thing where Seamus fires these things that look like popcorn balls up to rows of aliens. And then as you complete them, you move up to different levels. It's a bizarre game. I know that it came out for the Atari 8-bit systems, but I don't know what else it came out for.
I'll have to check it out. I didn't even know that one existed.
And welcome to the show, Boat.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you snuck in.
It's a good game. It's a good game.
Yeah, enjoyed this one a lot, and that's.
And who was it who picked this one?
Me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, 2 good games in a row, 2 good turnouts in a row. I don't know, is Sloopy on the call?
No, I know he was having streaming problems.
Okay, well, so
I'm here.
Oh, you are
You
here.
are here?
Okay, cool.
Okay,
Yes.
well, we'll pass it over to Sloopy to talk about the live game, the live playthrough. And I will stop sharing for right now. There.
Yeah, give me a second. My leash holder sent me to go get her coffee before the show started.
Yeah, we saw that.
You can just make coffee in the kitchen.
Oh my God, Her Highness, you drink coffee from the kitchen? Are you kidding?
Says the guy who lives in coffee.
Are you using common water?
Yeah, it has to be Wawa coffee. See? Wawa coffee.
So that explains your intro, which kind of reminded me of them Zoom calls from court. Sloopy,
Yeah.
I'm here.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's court. I'm the court jester.
Anyway, Sleepy, I know I tried to watch the stream there and it started dying on me and a few other people. So I guess you were having some internet issues during the stream.
Yeah, I think it's now don't tell Mr. Murphy this, but I think it was a Windows issue.
Don't get him
That is
started.
believable.
I blamed it on internet storm, Sloop.
Yeah, no, but it was Windows.
It's sunspots.
It was my computer had a total uptime of 18 days, and for some reason, some things were very slow, and internet was one of the things that was hit or miss. And as soon as I rebooted my computer, bam, it ran fine. And I was able to stream last night on my own stream because I was doing some soldering work. And tonight I'll be streaming on my own Twitch for doing soldering work also. But yeah, that's pretty much after a little bit gave up, and Mark B stepped up and streamed the show. So let's see here.
So basically, you just have to reboot Windows before each stream just to make sure no memory leaks happen or whatever.
Right.
I'm sorry for you.
I think I'm gonna have to go back to Linux, but my really cool Linux box isn't working. But sorry, I just ran to the store and it's I'm a little winded. But on to the show. Let me see here.
No, this is one you also had to delay a day to, wasn't it?
Yeah, I had my son has mental health issues, and he had an evaluation Wednesday, so I had to go and take him for that, and
because one thing I wanted to ask
unfortunately,
you and
wasn't able
Ken
to get
here
back.
is that with Christmas coming up, and we're not going to do a regular episode on Christmas Eve. We're asking for soliciting for comments from the people that watch us, to send in some Christmas memories about the CoCo, etc. But I was wondering, I'm guessing we'll probably try to do a double header for that to cover that week. So we'll pick 2
Yeah, I
games.
think so. We'll try something like maybe try another adventure game and an action game again, like the 2 weeks, the 2 week stretch we had during CoCo Fest.
Okay, because I was figuring we can ask Sloopy. Is he still planning on streaming a game on like his Wednesday date that normally is not on on a holiday day like Christmas Eve type thing? So I was wondering, are you planning on doing that through between Christmas and New Year's?
Actually, I'm going to be changing it to Thursday so that things like Wednesday don't happen, but that's still like away from the holidays. Yeah, I mean, it's up to Ken if he wants to do two games, and I'll just focus on one for 1 week and focus on the other one for the other week, or
well, like one of them will probably be like an adventure game or like something like that. So not a score based type game. So kind of might be interesting in the live playthrough if you do a playthrough by one person and take suggestions from everybody that's there. Say, okay, let's like as a group playthrough type thing, or
oh, then I'll need my Invisiclues Curtis edition because I am terrible. Yeah, I am terrible at those things.
You can pick a game that I can find a walkthrough online so I can look smart.
We'll see.
Dallas Quest comes to mind.
Dallas Quest.
Oh, if we're going to do that, we'll have to bring on some of the amigos there because that was Brent's favorite game as a youth, I think, if I remember.
Yep, it was.
Oh, I love that game. Hence why I always do the Dallas theme every once in a while in cat voices.
So, Boat, we might have to have you contact Brent if we do end up doing that and see if he wants to take part in maybe
I
a live
believe you
stream
can contact Brent just as well as I can, Curtis.
I can, but you have more pull than I do.
I do not. That is 100% guaranteed.
As I know, Aaron has no pull with him at all. Basically, whatever Aaron says for him to do, he does the opposite. So,
oh, then tell him not to do it.
Yeah, you really don't want to live stream Dallas Quest, do you?
Yeah, a little reverse psychology.
If we're playing Dallas Quest, he's not invited.
All right, back to this wonderful thing we call. I'm not going to even name it. All right, let me share my screen and this one and share. All righty. And here we had 5 people, but we actually went up to 6. And we had a couple notable events happen. Jason the Coco Man Riker joined us, and he has the exclusive honor of being the first player to actually use real hardware on the show. He hooked up his CoCo to the video input and had it streaming and was playing. And this one, I do believe, is him. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, this one here is him. And we also had the usual gaggle of guests. We had obviously Jeremy Landry in the jail cell heckling or trying to heckle, and we had Mark B playing.
Red was in there, wasn't he?
Yeah, actually, Red was in there too, and this is his screen because Mark B was doing the behind the scenes. He was having a little bit of issues with doing it, but we eventually got it sorted. So, but here, yeah, the names. And we had Paul Fiscarelli, Jim Rye. Up there's Coco Man. There's Mark B, and there's me. And I think fun was had by all, and we figured out the maps together and some of the more obscure play notes. Unfortunately, none of us seem to have the mad skills of Fred or TJB Chris. So,
but it was a fun game, I think, and
absolutely,
people were enjoying it.
Absolutely. I mean, I played more the other night than I did. Let me rephrase that. I got a higher score the other night than I did actually playing it back in the day on that A-word computer. So, because I didn't know that there was.
I didn't know this was released on the Amstrad.
Or the Atmos, one of them, yeah.
Or the Altair.
The Apple.
Wow, Apple.
The one with the great graphics as opposed to these mediocre graphics.
Boat's first computer.
My first good computer. So.
Now, do the mazes change color? I mean, blue is the default, I take it. It
For
does.
the first level, it's blue. When you get to the other levels, there's 4, I think, total. Then it switches the colors of the.
Level 1 is red. I know that.
Good, yeah.
I know on some of the other versions, they actually call the levels by their color. So this is the blue level, then there's the red level, and rather than level 0, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
There's what, about 40 screens per level or something. I can't remember the exact number, but it's a fair number that you have to go through. And then you unlock the final keys to get into the next level.
Yeah, it's variable between about 25 and 50.
So lots of screens.
Yeah.
This game has good use of the artifact coloring. They've done a good job in the presentation of the colors and the
because it goes beyond the base 4. It does do the extra ones. Actually, Ken, did you grab that? I think I put up, if I remember, I put up a CCN ad from 1983 that actually had the commercial for the CoCo version.
It's in the Discord. I didn't bring it up. I could bring it up though.
I just thought it'd be interesting because they actually, I mean, they kind of hyped the fact that they're finally making CoCo games from Synapse, and it was kind of an interesting way to get the CoCo people to buy into to buying games from Synapse. It was a rather interesting ad ploy.
Synapse made a lot of good games for the Atari.
Yeah, I believe Synapse published Blue Max, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Was that their main console? Because I think they made for, or not console, but main computer, or did they made for multiple 8-bit systems? Obviously, because there's so many versions of it. But
that was their first.
Yeah, I think things came out on the Atari first, and then were ported.
Yeah.
Can we all see that now? Or?
Yep.
Okay.
I like at the top there. This is appealing to advertising in CoCo magazine. So who says all the good games are for somebody else's computer? Synapse software turns your color computer from a micro to a monster. It has a robot cat, so that's obviously great. But
well, if you're a robot, you have to have a robot cat.
Of course, the ironic thing is that every single screenshot there is not the CoCo version, but hey.
And an evil robot mouse on top of the monitor.
Yeah. But it does have a CoCo 1, the old gray chiclet keyboard, the whole bit there's on the ad. Yeah. So I don't know. Like I've got Protectors 2. That's one of the best semi-graphics games written for the CoCo. Seamus, obviously, we just played, but Picnic Paranoia, I've never seen a CoCo version. So if that ever got released, I have not seen it. I don't know if anybody else has. It's not in the archive. I know that. But even back in the day, I never had a borrowed copy of that one. So
it's called an off-site backup.
Yeah. Secure backup that way. There's a fire. You don't want to lose it, right?
Yeah. Well, that's why I didn't get to play. I didn't know about the levels and such in Seamus because I had a off-site backup from a friend. So I
don't think I ever made it past the first 40 screens.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Me neither.
Back in the day, I think I did make it to the second one once, but I never completed the game. But like I said earlier, there was actually a video we showed on the Game On News a while ago recently that a guy played the CoCo version, and actually there's a boss monster and there's some moving vertical walls and stuff that you have to shoot through, but he actually won it on the CoCo and wrapped it onto the next level. So obviously he's way better at it than I am.
Yeah, in order to get to the next level, the key to go to the next level is behind the vertical walls. And basically it's like a small little hole and you have to shoot the key through the hole. And then then the walls disappear and the baddies come. The problem is that the baddies are like right there in your face if you're close to the hole. So you have to be pretty far. So you can either shoot the hole easily by being close to it, but then the bad guys are like right there in your face, or you have to be further back, which makes it more difficult to shoot into the hole, but it also makes it so that they're not right there in your face when they show up.
Yeah, I know what room you're talking about. That's like probably, for me, it's like one of the hardest rooms in the entire game. I usually die like 5 times trying to get that stupid key.
Yeah. Well, the one thing that I learned was when you go to try to shoot into the hole, if you miss the hole, go to the previous screen and then come back so that it resets the timer for the ghost to come.
Yeah, so the ghost doesn't come and get you. Yeah, that's
right.
That's good advice.
So, but yeah, it took a little timing to do it right, and if you're further back, it makes it a lot easier when they come. But when you're closer to it, it makes it easier. So you got to shoot quick.
Yeah, what I found is that even when I hang back, like you described, as soon as those vertical bars disappear, those baddies usually start shooting at you right away.
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah. And it's hard to get out of the way. So I still wind up dying sometimes, even if I'm hanging back.
Yeah, as soon as you see it go through, the first thing you want to do is run right. But don't go out of the room, because then you have to do it again.
So it would be that level, looks like, or something like that level.
So Sloopy, a quick question then. This switch over to Thursday, like you did this past week, is that effective immediately, or is there another?
Yeah, that's effective this Thursday, and will be until further notice.
Okay.
I know that'll make Coco Man happy because he doesn't work on Fridays, he said.
Yeah. Yeah, it won't make Tom C happy because he's usually more able to watch the show and be on the show on Wednesdays. But unfortunately, you can't make everyone happy no matter how hard you try.
Yeah. Well, plus you're doing that alternate one for the European viewers. I know Frodo already thanked you for doing that, so he can maybe join in once in a while. Once a month, you're going to do a weekend one, I believe it is. Yeah,
I'm considering the options. I think I'm going to do the European / Australian one on Sundays, like once a month. So because like 1 to 3 in the afternoon here is pretty early during the week.
Yeah. I also mentioned Jeremy Landry in the chat said Thursday's better for me too, so I will be around to heckle for sure.
Oh, then we're definitely going back to Tuesday. Until he comes on and puts up or shut up, then yeah, sort of like that other person named Jim that came on and heckled, but has yet to play. He hasn't even posted a score in the high score, but I ain't gonna call him out, but
I would.
But his initials are JB. Yeah, El Presidente knows who he is. So, all right,
Hey,
sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I guess then it is time to reveal what next week's game is going to be.
Missy, watch. This is where they're gonna announce a new game.
Let's see. Okay, that's not it.
Protectors 2? No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Looks good to me.
It is a game from some Australian guy.
Oh, crap.
I don't know if anybody's ever heard of this before.
Gatecrasher.
Yep.
I thought Australians said crikey, not crap.
Oh, well.
Some Nicholas Marentes or something. I'm not sure. Actually, I did briefly talk to him.
Marionettes, please. Let's get it
right. I thought that was marionettes.
Yeah. And as usual, Nick cannot spell anything with them in the word there. So algorithm, Rupert rhythm, he just can't spell that word. I don't know why that is. But.
So this is available on this Nick Marentes guy's website. I'll post a link to that in the Discord. He said we could. So, but I do have to, part of the contract to be able to play this is I have to say while you're there downloading Gatecrasher, take a look at his other fine products for sale, for free download, and upcoming games.
If you get his other paid for products on, if you buy his games on CD, they come with these other things on them. So.
I'm still waiting for Nick to be honest and just put a big banner at the top that says "Prepare to be fleeced." That's what I'm waiting for.
But you get the secret cheat code.
I'm still waiting for the Nitrous 09 Nick Marentes edition.
So that's a
big trash can.
That's a trash can.
Yeah, did you like that?
Now we should mention that Gatecrasher is a 512K CoCo 3 game. It's a 3D perspective shoot 'em up. And as usual, a tradition that Nick has, which he's carrying on in 0 Hour, which we'll be talking about a bit later today. He has to sneak in the game of Mastermind in there. I don't know why he has such a fetish for that game, but he does.
That's the only one I know how to play.
Now, one thing I do want to point out, because I've watched other people try to wing it playing this game, and you kind of figure out the keys like spacebar fires and arrow keys move you around. But one thing a lot of people miss is that the shift arrow keys will allow you to spin left and right twice as fast as normal, and that's critical to play the game well. So I know a lot of people don't read directions, even though for Gatecrasher, I think he printed the entire directions on the disc label or the disc jacket
on the
itself.
disc, yeah.
So it wasn't that much to read, but people still didn't read that. So
the instructions are now available with the download of the game
it's on my webpage. Yeah. So where you download the game, you can also download instructions.
And a little bit of history too. Nick was inspired to make this game as the very first 3D perspective game that isn't like fixed, like Daggerath or Phantom Slayer or some of these other games. Back in the day, you would basically just have straight angles. This actually lets you do the smooth panning back and forth as you're moving around. And that was based on Sockmaster John Kowalski, who's mentioned on the credit screen, if you want to bring that up there, Ken. He did the 3D algorithm for the demo Gloom, which he originally released a few years earlier. Originally, the first Gloom ran a little slow, took 512K, but it worked. I mean, you could run around a 3D perspective maze, and then Sock improved it afterwards to run a 120K and a lot faster, like probably 3 to 4 times faster. And then Nick decided, we can make a game out of this. And then he added in, the different types of people that you're fighting against, or not fighting against, but different people you encounter. So you got the suits, which are the people you're seeing on the screenshot right here. Those you have to kill. And then you've also got the programmers, which are the white shirted guys. And then you've also got to destroy PCs and
don't kill the programmers.
Doors. Yeah, don't kill the programmers.
Yeah.
I've always said that because I'm one of them, but
I'm not going to ruin anything, but there's also a boss at the end that you have to.
Yeah.
Yes.
A big boss.
There's five levels of maps here. Now, Nick, you have the maps on your site, I believe.
Yeah. On the website, I do have all the maps, and the maps show you where all the objects are in what rooms and where all the enemies start from, because they start walking around, so they don't stay in that same place. But certainly all the objects, where all the computers are, where all the ammo recharges are, they're on the maps. Yeah. So, you should be able to. It makes it easier anyway.
It'll remind you of a lower res Wolfenstein 3D is basically.
It is, yeah. I mean, I remember I had exited the CoCo community back in the mid 90s. And I came back because that's when I saw Sockmaster's Gloom, and that inspired me. I thought, gee, this is good. I didn't realize they were still doing things on the CoCo, so that got me back into the CoCo back then in the late 90s. And because of Gloom, and there was all this talk that the CoCo's too slow to do 3D. And Sockmaster proved them wrong. Then the big argument was, okay, so you've done a demo. I bet you can't do a game. Then the CoCo is too slow. So I took the challenge, and I thought, okay, well, along with Sockmaster telling me all the maths and everything involved in doing the 3D, I'll put a full game together. And Gatecrasher is the outcome.
Digitized sound effects in there and multiple levels.
Yeah, it's got 2-channel sound. Yeah, I've tried to put as many of the Wolfenstein elements in there, like the gun in front of you and it bobs around, and you get the what do you call it, the reload sound effects from the gun reload sound. I tried to make it as best I could. It's not perfect. It was the best I could do at the time. A few problems with the 3D engine, and is that it has a bit of a fisheye look to it. The way the algorithm works gives a bit of a fisheye look. So one day I'd like to do another 3D type game that gets rid of the fisheye effect.
Yeah, and that's something Remy has demoed on both.
Yeah,
There's one Wolfenstein one where it's solid colored walls where you can walk around. You can actually change the viewing angles and stuff too. And then you also did the texture map one that I did a 639 patch for.
So the CoCo could do it. But it was a learning experience for me, and Gatecrasher was the outcome. Of course, I had to do it in lower resolution than what the Gloom engine was, because the Gloom engine just had to do the 3D environment. When you start throwing in things like sound effects and gameplay and all that other stuff, it's a bit of a burden on the CoCo then. So I thought, well, the best way to get around that is to drop the resolution so that you're not pushing as much graphics. So that's how it was done.
Yeah, it's a really good game. It's actually one of the first ones I think I bought for me when you came back to the
I got to say, I bought the game around the 2001 time frame, and
that was when I did
it. I was blown away. I was like, wow, holy cow, this is amazing. So great job, Nick.
Now, not many people have actually gone up to the top of into level 5, where the as I called it, the CEO is, and that's quite novel. That actually, it's quite that might be quite interesting. Now, yeah, I won't say anything. We'll leave this for next week. So hopefully a few people will play it in the game challenge through the week, and we'll get to that end boss.
I'm sure Buck Owens will probably post a video.
It would be good to get that recorded. I don't have a video recording of the end boss. People will recognize the end boss instantly. There's no doubt about that. And I'll talk more about that next week.
So there you go. For Game On next week, we will have the author of the game, Nick Marionettes.
And Ciaran, I don't know, have you tested Gatecrasher on X4 with the new CoCo 3 support? Is that one that works?
I think it works. I think I
think
tested that.
It does, yeah.
Cool. There's lots of options to play it. Now, if you have a real CoCo 3 with at least 512K, it'll run there. You can play it on XROAR, you can play it on MAME, you can play it on VCC. So.
Oh, and there's one other thing I'll mention that people might get a kick out of when they're playing it. If you can destroy 3, I think it was 3 bosses in a row in quick succession.
3 suits, yeah.
3 suits in a row in quick succession. Your player goes woohoo, Simpson style. So yeah, I used to get a kick out of trying to do that.
Now that I've accomplished. I haven't done the boss, but I've actually done that.
Yeah,
a few times,
yeah.
So.
All right. So, well, I guess that's all for the Game On challenge this week.
Yeah. So, like I said, it'll be Thursday. What time are you starting the live stream? Just so we can let people know to join.
Thursday at 7 p.m. It'll be the same regular time.
Okay.
And I'll be posting a link to the game to Nick's page for downloading the game in Discord.
Can you post it in one of the chats too, just so that people aren't on Discord?
Yeah, I can do that here right away. I'm on a one-screen computer right now, so.
Oh, geez, how do you live?
Yeah, I know. It's my work computer.
So, yeah, I don't even do that on the CoCo. That's why I got Nitrous 9. I have lots of screens.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, bones and stone knives and such.
Are we ready for the Game On news?
Yes. So I'll just mention we're going to do a couple quick normal stories, quote unquote, and then we're going to have the round table on some games in development. So.
Okay, there you go.
Hey, so we'll run through a couple of quick stories here, game related, before we get into the game roundtable. So the first one is actually from Tim Lindner, and he's been doing this series. It's just been starting. Like this was episode 6. I think he just released episode 7. So this is basically him and his sister AJ, and they go back through some of the games of their youth. Some happen to be CoCo, some are in television. So it's a wide variety, and they basically play head to head, and hilarity ensues. Basically, is what happens. And you also get to learn, you know, if AJ gets really frustrated, she swears like a sailor. So I will warn you about that up front here. But in this particular case, I decided to play Wildcatting, just not a game many people play that much there. But it's fun watching the siblings, and the actual series is called Sibling Rivalry, and it's a weekly show. So if you haven't subscribed to Tim Lindner's YouTube channel, it's definitely worth checking out.
How do I know when I'm winning?
There you go.
Yeah.
You've hit oil.
I hit oil. Did I hit enough oil to pay my bills?
Okay, now that it's done drawing, you can hit the button once. And you can...
I lost money even though I hit oil.
All right, well, of course you lost money. It was week number 1. That well cost you $990. Every week, you're paying $890 of taxes.
Okay.
And this first week, the income on that well was $1,500.
Okay.
So right now, your minus P&L is $990, but
it should make money.
It should make money next week.
Okay.
Okay. So you definitely don't want to sell that well.
All right.
So you want to go down to the bottom and choose next player.
Hey, I'll let you guys go watch the thing. He's done, I think, one other CoCo game earlier, which I think I did cover briefly on the news. But it's a fun series. It's just fun watching people revisit games from the 70s and the 80s on these older consoles, older computers. But it was also really fun watching siblings who probably battled in these games back in the day are doing it again now, 30, 40 years later, and it's kind of a fun take on things. So I know the one they released after this was one of the Intellivision racing games, and it was fun watching AJ gradually learn how to steer with the Intellivision disc thing, because she was pretty horrible at it at the beginning, but she got better as the game went on. And, so they didn't start running each other off the road and stuff like that. So it's a lot of fun. So definitely go check that out if you haven't checked out Tim Linder's page, because we've covered his page before when he does MAME development videos and CoCo, how to set up Nitrous 9 back in the old days on a floppy drive and that kind of stuff. He generally does technical stuff, but this is a bit more fun. Next up after that, we got Jim Gerrie, who decided, and he's actually busy. I actually asked him on to talk about some of the MC10 stuff he's been working on. And unfortunately, right now, he's really busy marking papers for his students. This is kind of the exam week type thing, so he doesn't really have much time to do much. So they got the one game out here, which I think some of you will recognize if you use the Chrome browser, and you also recognize if you did our Game On Challenge not too long ago for the CoCo that Paul Fiscarelli did, but this is the MC10 version. Which I thought for low res, this actually looks pretty good.
That is awesome. That is funny.
Jeez. Cactus between the legs, that ain't good.
Yeah, that's not good.
Oh.
You ever have that happen to you in Australia?
No, not yet.
No, obviously at this low res, he can't give you a long range of what you can see ahead, and he doesn't do the scrolling mountains and stuff in the background, but it's actually pretty decent, the animations and speed.
Yeah.
And it will run in 4K, no memory expansion required. So I thought that was kind of cute. Next up, I wanted to plug, so this is part of the Game On Challenge stuff here. So this is Rasculus, who's a fairly recent member of our Discord, I believe, that's been taking part in these Game On Challenges recently. And he's actually did a video of Megabug, which was the previous game. And I wanted to give him a bit of a shout out because he actually took the time to record and put an intro and stuff on it. So I'll play a few seconds of that, but hopefully he'll be doing videos of some of the other games as time progresses as well. And this is on a real CRT.
It's got the wrong phase coloring.
I think it's the right phase. I think everybody else is wrong, including the design.
No, you're wrong.
We need red fire ants.
Yeah, there's no blue bugs. That's just them. But technically, yeah, you're right, because that's what the other versions did.
Well, all the other versions are blue, so.
So I want to give a shout out to Rasculus there, and hopefully he'll continue making videos like this so that he can post up with some of the games. And Sloopy, has he taken part in the live stream ones? Is Sloopy available right now? I can't tell. So.
Yes, I've seen him in the live.
Oh, okay.
Rasculus, yes.
Cool. So hopefully we can encourage him to make more videos like this, and then Ken can mix up some of his video displays for the Game On Challenge here and have different players each week or something to pick from.
Oh, we had Coco Man for the first time this week, so it's the first time I've seen him post a game.
Yeah, and it sounds like with the change of schedule to Thursday, so he'll have more time to come on and do that too, so that you might actually get him on more often, which could be a plus or a minus, I guess, depending on your opinion of Coco Man. No, I'm just kidding.
So yes, do post gameplay videos in Discord so that I can use them during the Game On Challenge.
Cool. So that's the end of what I would term the regular Game On news. Now, one thing that came up here yesterday, because I knew there was a couple of game presentations of projects in development that were going to be coming on. I thought, since I got a few of these, and it's getting close to Christmas, and when we were kids, what was the thing you really wanted for Christmas was new games for the CoCo type thing. So I know there's a lot of projects on the go. So I tried contacting a bunch of developers. Now this is very late. I did this literally yesterday afternoon, so obviously it wasn't enough time for some people to have anything ready, or some people just didn't have anything updated since we've last talked to them. Others, just weren't available on that short of notice type thing. So, but we did manage to get a fair number of people to come on. And before we get into the live roundtable, I got a couple that aren't able to make it, but did have new stuff put out this week with updates to some of their game projects or videos and screenshots type things. So I'll cover a couple of those briefly, and then we'll get into the actual live, talking to people that will actually demo these games that are coming up or getting updates, etc. So the first one here I wanted to show is Sheldon McDonald, who's working on the hockey game called Ice Brawlers. And we did show a little bit of this last week, and it's one that requires the CoCo PSG, which is the Ed Snyder sound card that also includes some other features on it, like flash RAM. So he's got a screenshot of the little flash RAM where it tells you where you should plug in your headphones or your speakers in here, because this will actually be using the sound chip on there. And then he also posted some updated screenshots. And here's the actual title screen. You got 1 or 2 players. The Sam Accelerator is a Brendan Donaghy project. That same guy does CoCo VJ. This game will run on the CoCo VJ. The Sam Accelerator is needed to get full speed. This is a hardware modification that allows the CoCo 1 and 2 to run at the full 2 megahertz speed, same as the CoCo 3 does, but without screwing up RAM refresh, without screwing up the screen refresh, which normally does happen. Which is why on the CoCo 1 2, we normally use the poke that only does the ROM speed up and leaves the RAM alone. And then he has a sound test to make sure that you've got your sound card configured correctly and that you've got the speakers plugged in, etc. So he's got that screenshot there. And there he's actually got a little splash screen that mentions the CoCo VG and the CoCo PSG. This will work on the CoCo 3 as well, I should mention. And then here's some gameplay video with sound, hopefully. Change it to higher. Yeah. He doesn't have scoring in here yet, but he has got it so you can ricochet the puck off the walls and fly around. So he was actually hoping on having a further video beyond this, because he's done some more work on it since, but he just didn't have time. So unfortunately, and he wasn't able to make it today. So he couldn't do it live, but that's a project that's dear to my heart, because we've had a couple hockey games on the CoCo way back in the early 80s, and quite frankly, they weren't the cream of the crop. But this one looks really good. And of course, it's good to have support for the CoCo VJ and the CoCo 3, so you're getting 16 color graphics even on a CoCo 1 and 2. So it's yet another reason to go out and get a CoCo VJ besides all the other reasons that we already had. And then the second one that couldn't make it is Paris Rad and Van Kies. What's his first name? Keys Van Austin. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. No, we featured Perry last week. He's been getting back into doing the AGD game updates. And the AGD, of course, is the Spectrum-based gaming engine that you can actually create your own games with. And he released a whole bunch of these, over 200 games he ported a few years back. And he's done, lately, he's done some new ones using the Super Sprite FM Plus board to support the 16 color mode, the sprites, and the hardware sound. as demos. He's got a few that you can download there if you have a Super Sprite board. But he's also gone back because since 2 years ago when he last did this, a whole bunch of new AGD games have been released on the Speccy. So now he and Ben Reese are actually going through and porting all the new ones that came out in the last 2 years. So this is the second pack of 6. And they're going alphabetically. So last week was all A's. This week it's B's and a couple of C's. So we've got many more to go. I think he said he's got at least 7 more packs of 6 still planned coming out over the next, and he's planning on doing this weekly here. So expect a ton more games. And I would love to maybe have a few people try some of these out and then see if we can pick some cream of the crop ones from these newer releases there and maybe have them as, game on. You can suggest to Ken as a game on challenge type thing. Because I don't think we've ever done one of these as a game on challenge before. So it'd be nice to maybe pick, one of the better ones. So I just thought I'd go through a couple of these here. He's actually got the screenshots up and you can download these on the World of Dragon archive directly from the forums. You can get the Dragon version. You can get the CoCo versions. The long name versions are the ones for emulators where it has a lengthy file name describing the game. The short ones are meant for the CoCoSDC. So the first one here is Bandito. And I've never tried these, so I don't really know what the gameplay is actually like, but they're mostly platformers because that's what the AGD engine is kind of designed to do. Here's Bulletstorm with a really nice title page, I thought. Some of the instruction screens there. Now, as far as I know, the AGD engine, I don't believe supports scrolling. At least I've never seen it. So I don't know if this is supposed to scroll, which would be new, or if it's, fly around on this particular screen and don't like run into buildings and rescue things or shoot things or whatever. That's one of the other screens in it as well. There's Bunny's Big Adventure. This looks more like a typical platformer from what I'm used to. Collect the golden marshmallow. I think that would hurt my teeth, but I'd try it. There's a Bunny Fox. So basically there's 2 bunny games here in the series. This is Chiquito, which I'm not really sure what that game is. And then there's another one with a fairly nice title screen called Code-112, like the little digitized picture of the style phone there, and a nice fancy font. This one looks a bit more intricate, so this one I'm kind of curious what this one runs like, to be honest. And I don't know, maybe this is another Mastermind game. Nick might even like this one.
Hey, I can play that one.
But it looks pretty good. Anyway, you can go download those. And like I said, Para's actually planning on releasing these once a week for at least the next 7 weeks beyond the 2 packs he's already released, 6 games per pack. So that's 9 packs in total, averaging 6 games per. So that's over 50 games. That'll be coming out for the CoCo and the Dragons, CoCo 1 and 2 and Dragon 3264. So go grab them on the World of Dragon archive and try them out. And maybe after all the packs released, we can have all the viewers pick a couple cream of the crop games, send them off to Ken. And maybe we'll have a game on challenge based on a couple of these sometime early in the new year. Okay, so that's the 2 updates of the people that couldn't make it onto the show. And now we've got a bunch of guests here that will be demoing some stuff live. I'm not sure if anybody wants to go in any order. Does anybody that is going to be demoing a game update today, do they need to get out soon that we should put you first? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Nick?
Speaking of which, I need to take off actually myself. So I'll catch the rest of the show later, guys. But have a good one.
Yeah.
And there's only 2 hours left on Mr. Dave's Kickstarter, so probably.
Oh no, it's like an hour and 10 minutes left.
Okay.
Okay. So do you want to do yours first then, Dave?
Sure. I wouldn't mind.
Okay. And as far as Steve and Karen, because I know it's a bit later there, do you guys have any hard outs I need to worry about, or?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. So I will stop sharing and let Mr. Dave give an update on his game and hardware. It's actually a game and a hardware project combined.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll start. Let's see if I can get this some video working. And where is video?
Never seen a blank sort of brownish screen at the moment.
Yeah. I'm looking for that little button. Damn it. What's there? It's just coming. Here we go. So we're in my game at the moment. I'll turn off some glare maybe. Okay, so we have a cockpit where you can work all your controls. And we have an external satellite view that sort of follows your ship around. We lost all the colors, eh? Sorry for that. I need to set up screen sharing. Anyway, you may be seeing the video. So you have your ship. Now you can see my sprite engine is pretty efficient. I can go behind stuff. I have pretty much unlimited amounts of sprites I can get working. I have real MP3 sound. I have, you know, your lasers and all that stuff.
Now, this is a game that you're actually doing a sort of a graphics accelerator MP3 player on a separate hardware card, which is one of the reasons you did the Kickstarter, correct?
Yeah, this game is set to work on. It's set to work on Windows. It's coming supplied with the VCC emulator. So if you buy the game from me within the next whatever hour, it'll be on an SD card or digital download, and you'll get to play it, you know, straight up. So it's written in 6309 on a CoCo 3. Oh, sorry, I lost my zoom. Stop video. Okay. Now I was working on this, and I have a project of a video card. And a lot of people were asking me, okay, will we get to play this on a real CoCo? And because I'm doing some tricks using faster graphics and MP3 and wave sounds, that we're going to need my card here. So this is ordered, and I should have it within a few days and start building it. So this is my project for the multimedia card for CoCo 1, 2, and 3. So it'll let games like the one I'm playing right now, it'll let you play those kind of games. It'll let you make your own games, even from basic running at full speed, and allow multiplayer, parallax scrolling, tile map based games. You'll be able to save your basic programs right on the cart, so you won't even need a multi-pack or anything. So my project that I'm doing, the funding is going into this.
Into the hardware?
Yeah, the funding is going into the hardware project. So I have a few games on the go. And here's an example of, we'll be able to take sprites and tile maps and whatever and build yourself a game. And I'm going to have the hardware handle all the complicated stuff, collision. If your character runs into an item, it will know what to do. You won't have to pre-program every little detail. Find some more images here. Here's some screenshots from my casino game, where you have live action, slots, horse racing, roulette. You can see the game on the RGB monitor. This one was running fine on CoCo 3. I just need to boost the sound capabilities. Another shot from the roulette table on my casino game. Now, I'm not programming all the drawings myself. That's a lot of work. I don't really have time for it. So I've been picking up graphics from this artist and porting them to CoCo. So these are characters you're going to see in my game, along with some of my friends here at CoCoTALK. And
yeah, one was just mentioning himself in chat there.
No, was he?
Yeah, because Jeremy Landry asked, is Aaron still going to be a character? And Aaron responds, of course I am. My face moves units, brother.
Yeah, well, Aaron has signed up to be the big villain of the game, so that should be a lot of fun. I think I have that shot here somewhere. Yeah, that's from my website on the Kickstarter. So the game is a space adventure, yeah, and it's really inspired from TV shows like Firefly. So we're going to have a lot of comedy mixed in with the action.
I have to say, Aaron does look sufficiently evil there with red eyes and all.
Yeah,
Don't need the red eyes.
A little redder than
looks evil all the time.
Needed.
So Boat, did you want to be in the game too? Like, is this something you're?
Well, you know, Mr. Dave did approach me. Unfortunately, being a teacher of the youngsters, I can't run the risk of them getting the wrong idea with me hanging out in a casino with all of these buxom lasses. So I had to give them a hard pass on that one. Although I do appreciate the effort, and I have already pre-ordered the game.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, well, that I did contact Boat probably back in February concerning my casino game. This one is going to be a little more family friendly than the casino one. The casino one will be, I mean, it's up to you. If you want to play it as a good person, well, you know, it's going to turn out good.
Yeah, that one's more like a Dungeons and Dragons where you can follow your character's attributes and you'll be chaotic evil or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But by the way, Boat, I don't know if you saw the comment in the chat from Aaron. He said Boat's not evil enough. So
Dave in there.
Yeah,
he can be the weasel.
Stay lad.
So, Dave, just a question for you then, or actually a couple questions. Like, first of all, do you have any rough idea what the cart is going to cost for people to get either as part of a game or to get to do their own development on? And then two, do you have any idea? I know it's hard to predict with chip shortages and stuff here, as to when do you think this will be ready for release, if you have any clue?
Yeah, well, I have some special buffer chips, and I ordered special chips. It made it a little bit harder to do the layout of the card, but I tried to use economical chips that I can get on an easy basis. My card should arrive next week. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of people in the game. We have Sloopy, Mark Overholzer, Curtis, Stevie's going in, lots of girls from my anime stuff. So it's gonna be a riot. I'm using a hard drive image that Henry Reitveld set me up with. So I just load tons of stuff into the CoCo, and I mean that machine is great for graphics, just not so great for sound.
Yeah.
But that's where my card here is going to take care of that, because we'll be able to, like I said, you know, first load your background image, load your parallax if you have some clouds moving, put your different tile maps on your screen, and then whatever sprites and stuff that you want. And the card will set it all up for you and have one image ready for the CoCo to display. So, I mean, the CoCo can definitely draw a screen very well. But when you start one sprite, the next sprite, the next sprite, the next sprite, things start to slow
and
down.
multi-level backgrounds, everything else, it's a bit CPU intensive.
Yeah, so if you want to play an MP3 or a wave, it's going to be as easy as one poke. And you don't need any special software on the CoCo. Yeah, everything is going to be on the card ready for you. If you want to write in assembly or whatever language you want, no problem. We'll be able to save from BASIC right to the card, so no multi-pack needed. We should be able to do multiplayer games, maybe Bluetooth controller, you know, whatever whatever you want. And you'll be able to pick on the screen, your CoCo will have the window, and then you can just move it around. You know, Steve Bjork taught me how to work on the screen scrolling, and you might have seen my basic demo. I did that before. But I'm taking that information, simplifying it to just, okay, for the screen, +1 on the X, you know, or -1. You'll be able to move around very easily.
Yeah, it looks awesome, and then, you know, it'll sound awesome with both MP3 and WAV support. And of course, it'll have Evil Aaron in there too, so that's always a bonus.
But does it have a real time clock?
Yes, it does. Of course, it has a real time clock. Yeah, we'll be able to do everything that the ESP32 can do, and more. So here's an overview of my Kickstarter project. It ends in less than 1 hour.
Yeah, and all the, as you mentioned before, all the money goes for the hardware development to get the card made, etc. So,
yeah, hardware development, and during the game development, you know, fellow programmers will know when you start programming. So maybe it didn't work. I tried working on it after work, after supper, nothing happened. Then, around 11 o'clock at night, I got an idea, and I started coding. And this went on until 2 in the morning. So the next day, well, we'll just have to skip work, you know. So sometimes work interferes with life, and sometimes life can miss some work. So yeah, I ran the Kickstarter to let's get all these projects funded and working again. But it's been a lot of fun, and I'm really happy for the support that mostly the guys on the viewers of the show and the Discord have chipped in for.
Well, it's definitely a worthwhile project. I mean, the fact that you can do a lot of the stuff from basic with simple pokes and stuff that you can see some basic games for some people that just, you know, don't have the time to learn assembly language, etc., and would love to write a game, but just, you know, can't take the time to learn the intricacies of the processor and the gimme chip, etc., to have something just, you know, poke a bunch of tile data and then just poke, you know, the XY start where within a viewable window that you want to view and have it handle all the animations and overlapping sprites and everything else like that, and playing, you know, multi-track musical background and then, you know, digital sound effects, and none of it takes any CPU time really, and it just to set it up. And then basically you can do it on basic and write an incredible arcade game in basic. So that's,
yeah, I'm programming it sort of standalone, that if you have something in motion, you don't have to do anything. It will stay in motion. You don't have to every screen decide where things go. It's going to stay until you change it. If your sprite is flying across the screen, well, when you say stop, it'll stop. If you change, it will automatically animate. As you're walking, it's going to switch through the animations, so you have moving. So we'll just load up the tile maps, load up your backgrounds. We can easily change backgrounds with one poke. Oh, new background, you know. And parallax effects is really cool. I've already done it on the CoCo 3 without the accelerator, and it was a lot of fun. And my buddy Taz, he's working on a lot of stuff, especially for the CoCo 1 and 2. He's working right now on raycasting.
Okay, so doing some 3D stuff then.
Yep. I really don't see much of a limit to this card. Hopefully. I can see games like Star Fox being played on CoCo 1 16K with 3D and sound. Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Cool. So there's a little bit of time left on the Kickstarter. So if you're able to post that in one of the chats, like YouTube or something can post it in there so that people watching the show live can get to it, because obviously it'll be too late by the time people watch this recording like tomorrow or something to join in on that. But looks awesome. I'm looking forward to it.
It's not going to make the end of the show.
Yeah, and it's going to end during the show. That'll be exciting.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks, Mr. Dave, for the update, and thanks for coming on for our impromptu little game developer special. And I think we'll go on to the next presenter now.
All right, thanks.
So I don't know if anybody wants to go in particular. Do we want to do the people in the UK first, since it's later? I think it's what, about 6, 7 o'clock there.
Yeah, I can go next if that's all right.
Hey, go ahead, Steve. Steve Bamford.
Okay. I'm going to try and share my screen. Curtis, you said you can. Oh, okay. So you can share an app. You just see the app in the choice of
yeah
stuff. Okay, because that's a bit easier.
Just make sure you click that share sound.
Yeah. Okay. Is that actually working? Oh, I'm sharing a
folder view.
Folder. Okay. Called XRAW. All right. Let's try again. Okay. I've got it this time. There we go. Yeah.
Yep. Extended color base.
So you can see that. Okay. So when Curtis invited me to join tonight, I wasn't entirely sure what I was going to say. And Curtis just said, well, there's a lot of people who haven't actually seen it yet. So I figured, okay, we'll just.
Yeah, because you've posted some videos in Discord, but not everybody that watches the show in the CoCo community is on Discord. So they've not seen anything except for the Dragon special. You showed in like some of the development of the sprite tiles and stuff like that.
Right.
You showed stills, but nobody's actually seen, or those people have not seen the game actually run.
What is
or
the
heard
game?
the music or anything else.
Yeah, sure. So one of the nice things about XRAW, one of the many nice things, is you can define a cartridge. So when I boot XRAW, when I look down the list of all these like Dragon DOS and that, way down at the bottom, I've got my cartridge. So I can just click on that. And you'll notice as well, this is something I added very recently, where it's detecting whether it's running NTSC or PAL. That was something I added very recently, just because it was getting annoying to me that depending if I was going to be showing the game on either system, there's certain things I had to change each time. I just decided enough was enough. So I asked you how he would do it. And he said, well, he hadn't done it before, but the way he would do it would be to time a frame. And then depending on how long it took, you could determine whether you were running at 60 hertz or 50 hertz. So that's new anyway. I'll just let the game, excuse me, just run its track sequence for a moment while I just mention some of the things I'm doing at this exact moment in time. So after the meetup in Cambridge, the takeaway for me is that I needed to sort of consolidate it a little bit. There's a lot of things going on, and it was starting to feel very complicated. So I'm starting to I don't know if you've heard in like modern game design circles, people talk about complexity versus depth, where complexity is like the burden on the player who's trying to play your game, and then depth is like the possibility space. So you want minimum complexity and maximum depth, and that's what I'm trying to address at the minute. So for instance, I've got a power up like a magic feather that when you collect it, you can just jump a little bit higher, which allows you to catch the stars at the top of the screen. And then I've got another power up plan, which is like speedy boots that just allows you to run a bit faster. And I just thought, when you look at the amount of power ups that I've got, it's a lot, and it's probably overload for people who just want to have fun. So, well, you know, the feather and the speedy boots, that could just become one power up, which allows you to jump higher and run faster, just for a limited time before it wears off again. So I'm just trying to go through and just trying to take some stuff out and then just increase the usefulness of other things. So another example might be the magic wand. Originally, the use for that was to turn the pig back into a pirate again. So the idea is like all your crew have been turned into pigs. If you've ever read this, name escapes me now. The Greek myth with Circe and Odysseus. The Odyssey, basically. All his crew get turned into pigs. So that's kind of what's happened here. So the original use of the wand was to turn the pig back into a pirate. But then I thought, if you go up to a locked chest and you don't have any keys, you should be able to use the wand to unlock the chest. And then I just started thinking, well, why can't the wand be used on a lot of things? So that's an example of where I'm trying to sort of limit the number of power-ups, but increase uses of those power-ups. So anyway, I'll sort of just start the game. So it's not really that representative at the minute. The distribution of everything, the way the graphics are presented, is more work to be done. But this just gives you a general idea. So there's the magic feather. So now I can jump higher. I can pick this barrel up and smash it. So there's good stuff in there. There's a key. So if I encounter any locked chests now, I've got a key to open them with. The meter at the very top of the screen is probably the most important thing on the screen. That you've got to fill that with gold or treasure. And that's how you progress to the next level. The meter at the bottom of the screen, your bonus, is ticking down. So the bonus meter ticks down, and when it reaches 0, you kind of lose a life. But when you take a hit from an enemy, you kind of lose a big chunk of it. So you've got to keep that topped up, and the way you do that is to collect fruit. So there's grapes there. So certain stars will produce certain pickups. So you can kind of prioritize. If you're really low on bonus, you can prioritize the stars that are going to drop fruit to top yourself up. Otherwise, you can prioritize gold, which is these sort of yellowy stars. That's a pickup, so that's a lucky cat. So any kind of luck elements in the game behind the scenes will go in the player's favour. So you might get the premium pickup when there's a random pickup generated, or you might, I don't know, there's a whole bunch of stuff like coin tossers, if you like, going on in code, and it'll always come down in your favour. There's a crab, so occasionally the loot spawns a crab, so you've got to be careful. Each stage is themed, so this one's kind of icy. So this one will have like a mechanic where instead of stopping on the sixpence, you can, when you stop and start, you'll slide around, so that just adds to it, and there'll be other stuff. Each stage will have unique enemies, unique music. There'll be kind of set dressing, what I call set dressing, like icy things in the in the background, just to make it more interesting. I don't know. I could rattle on all night, but I guess is there anything you want to specifically know about it?
I do want to mention this actually has the GMC cartridge sound chip, so when you actually start selling this, it'll have that hardware to play this background music without slowing the game down.
Yeah, that's right. It actually started purely as a stock 32 Dragon game using the CPU to generate sound, and I actually got so far with that, and then I noticed John's card, and I thought about it, thought that would be quite cool to release something that I'd made on a cartridge. And then Ciaran went ahead and actually added emulation to XRAW, so that enabled me to sort of spend a good year of development just seeing if I could actually get to grips with the cartridge and the little sound chip on it, which I did without too much trouble. So then after that, I decided, well, if I'm going to show this game now, I actually need a cartridge. So I contacted John, and he sent me like a developer's cartridge. I paid for it, I hasten to add. And I bought a little burner to burn the game onto chips, and so that's what I take to Cambridge now. So
I ask you, how was the reception for it at Cambridge? Like, how many people had never seen it before and got to see it for the first time, and what did they think?
It's quite a few people. I mean, I think probably other people have said this to you, but the Cambridge event isn't nearly as big as your CoCo Fest. So there's not nearly as many people. But yeah, there was still quite a few. I mean, obviously, Stu and Ciaran were there, Mike Miller, Simon Hardy had a go on it. There was people just wandering in and out who had just come to visit the museum, who came and had a go because they, thought, oh, what's that game? I haven't seen that before. So they were asking you questions, and I'd say by and large, people definitely like the look of the game. I think the gameplay, once I've explained it to them, they like the gameplay as well. The problem is like, if I'm not stood next to you explaining it, then what? So this is partly why the takeaway for me is like, okay,
you have to simplify it a bit. Yeah,
you've got to simplify it, but not lose any of the kind of fun elements to it. My approach to developing this game has really just been from the beginning. It was just like a routine. I just wanted a really fast routine to screen clip the sides of the screen. And once I'd come up with that, I just started playing around with it and just adding more things. And it was never really a game from the beginning. It was just like an evolution of an idea. And that's probably why it's taking forever. I don't have a design for it. I don't have a template for it. I just play it. And then I think to myself, oh, you know what would be really cool is if you could do this or if you could do that. So like some of the more recent ones, like you can pick, most things up and throw them. And then I decided, oh yeah, you could pick the pig up and throw the pig. Why not? And then it was like, well, what happens if you threw the pig through the air? Would it hit the stars? Would you expect the stars to sort of pop and drop the loot? And do you know what I mean? So it's kind of like I just keep playing it and then thinking, well, what else would be good? But I am actually getting to the point as well where I actually want to be rid of it and start on something new. So I'm trying not to add too many tasks now to my Trello board. And like I say, just trying to hone it now. I feel like I've got everything I need. I just need to hone it and into a polished game. So that's pretty much what I'm doing.
Cool. And actually, we're talking about something similar with Nick when we get to his, because he's actually been refining some of his levels for the same thing. You play tested a bit and you go, it'd be kind of better if we did this.
Yeah, I've sort of been reluctant to put it in front of too many people while I can see so many things that I don't like with it. Because they're just going to tell me what I already know. But when it gets to the point where I feel it's a lot of, it's mostly there, then I'll definitely try and get other people to sort of play it and let me know what they think.
No, I mean, honestly, the music tunes are great. The graphics, especially considering you're running like 4 colors and you're running a lower res too. I mean, they look awesome considering what you're working with there.
Yeah, thank you. I suppose compared to some of the games from back in the day, these are much more what I would call pixeled, where you're actually thinking about the placement of each pixel. Whereas I think, to be fair, in the early days, a lot of the people who were developing games weren't necessarily great artists, or wouldn't consider themselves good at the art side of it, so they would sort of err towards stickmen and stuff like that. So I think that's possibly one of the differences.
That would have been me, actually. Stickmen.
It still led to a whole load of great games. I mean, crikey, it's the gameplay that's important, isn't it? But it's this is my wheelhouse. So my profession is I'm a professional video games artist. I've been doing console and more recently mobile stuff for like 25 years or something. So the graphics is kind of what I'm comfortable with, but the coding is still fun because I don't code other than the hobby. So it's nice to sort of have a change of headspace and do something completely different. But I couldn't feed my family coding, or I couldn't, I couldn't do it to the level that you'd need to do it to. Yeah, you're not
at Nick Morendi's, fancy car level here. So.
I don't really know modern languages or anything like that. I just this is it basically.
So, but it sounds like now that you're actually honing it down and you're trying to simplify it so it's not too complex, but still has a lot of fun gameplay in it. It sounds like you're nearing the end now.
I think so. I think so. There's some sort of like little pillars that I'm just working on now. So the first one is if you rescue the pirate, the pig pirate, you basically unlock a mini stage, like a bonus stage. So I just need to put in all the hooks for that, so that when you get to the end of the stage and you get the little tally screen, it tallies up how well you've done, rewards you, and all this kind of stuff. Instead of just progressing into the next level, it'll say, oh, he actually rescued the pirate. Let's play this little pirate game. And that'll just be something really, really, really simple. But it's just a chance to score some bonus points. But if you die during that attempt, you don't lose a life. It's because you're playing as the little pirate. So it's just a chance to earn some extra points. So none of that's in, but that's kind of important. I think in a previous video on Discord, I shared the portal system. So some of the power-ups or objects, the loot objects that you collect, will form sets of 4. So if you get 4 related items, it'll unlock a magical door, and then if you pass through it, it'll take you to another stage, which is essentially just going to be like a treasure hoard. So there's going to be 3 of those, but I'm thinking about a 4th one, which will be related to Cuthbert. So anybody who saw the footage from Cambridge will see that I kind of smuggled a little Cuthbert sprite in. So there was like 7 Cuthbert games officially from Microdeal, but there's essentially just games that were bought in, or some of them were coded in this country and sent in for evaluation, and they were released as a series of games with Cuthbert on the front cover. But when you look at them, the player character is completely different in all of them, and some of them are 2 of them at least were Ken Kalish games, so clearly nothing to do with Cuthbert. So I just thought it would be cool to sort of actually sit down and try and pixel the Cuthbert that looks like the one on the cover. So I might hide him in the game, and it might be a case of, if you find 4 Cuthbert related items, then you can unlock Cuthbert, and who knows, do something with that.
Cool. Now, do you know what the system requirements are going to be? Like, this will run on Dragon 32 or 64? And it's
no. It was really important because I had a Dragon 32 as a kid. It was really important that this just would run on a stock Dragon with no modifications whatsoever. And that, the GMC really helps with that, because when it boots off the cartridge, the first 16K bank is code. So that gets immediately copied into RAM, and then execution is then from then on in RAM. So it means all my self-modified code is totally fine. And then it flips the ROM bank onto the second bank, which currently is data. But what I might do is actually use another bank purely for like audio data, because I want to have plenty of different audio. Like I said earlier, every stage will have a different theme. So if it's an icy stage, there'll be something that's suitably icy, or if it's a spooky stage, it'll be something spooky, just to sort of really make something of the game that's a little bit special. But so I can do all that on the GMC, but you can just plug that cartridge into a bog standard Dragon 32 and it'll just work, which is I kind of like. And most people have got Dragon 32s. 64s are kind of hard to come by, and they're getting quite expensive as well. So that's
like our CoCo 3s are.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much for the presentation, and I'm glad you got a chance to actually show the gameplay and kind of explain how you're simplifying it, because that is something that is you feature creep it to the point where anybody who's never seen it before looks at it and goes, I don't even know what I'm doing.
Yeah. So people like to look at it but don't want to have a go on it because it's intimidatingly complicated. So I'm trying to address that. Yeah.
That's part of the fun of game design, I guess. Thank you very much. And since you mentioned Ciaran, I think we'll do Ciaran next.
Hello.
The author of X Roar himself, who actually, indirectly has helped with the development of Switch's Island because of it.
Yeah, well, tangentially. Right, yeah. So mine is my project is obviously a lot less complicated than Steve's. But if you were listening to the CoCo Crew podcast last time, you'll have heard Neil at the beginning suggest that the parts have come together to release a cartridge of Blockdown, which is obviously a falling blocks puzzle game that everybody's familiar with. It's another Games Master game. I think John has respun the PCBs because it really doesn't need much space. So it doesn't need any of the banking circuitry. So maybe, don't quote me on this, maybe it'll be a bit cheaper than his other GMC releases. I don't know where Neil lists the games he has for sale, but when I do, I'll let you know.
Okay. We'll definitely mention it on the show.
Yeah, I don't really have much else to say about it other than I'll give a little demo of what it looks like and what it sounds like. So I've got a paused game that hopefully I don't have to do too much more to demonstrate that it's got more than one tune in it. So I'll just play that a little bit. Here we go. Is that all right? You can hear that?
Yep.
Lovely. This is
So I will
very
mention,
like-
for those of you who've played the various other Tetrises on the CoCo, most of those are based on the original Tetris, and Ciaran's version here, Blockdown, actually has modern Tetris conveniences.
That's right. So you've got things like it's got some settle time. If I do that, it'll sit at the bottom of the screen for a while. If I bring that back in, you can swap a piece out. If the one you've got isn't, going to fit somewhere, and hard and soft drop, etc., etc. Because you've got a little bit of settle time, and because I can't really demonstrate it with that one. Where can I do it with this one? Maybe. All right. So you see there, it was going to settle, but I'm twisting it out, and because there was nowhere for it to fit, it sort of kicked off and it found another place to be. That means that it opens up more possibilities for where you are able to put things and how fast you're able to put things down. If you keep playing long enough, it'll go to what's so-called 20G mode. So the pieces keep falling faster and faster, but eventually they'll just appear at the bottom. But because you've got that settle time, it's not as bad as it sounds. You've got a little bit of opportunity to twist it around and find a place for it. Yeah. I don't think there's really much more to say about it. You've heard a couple of tunes.
Now, are the tunes did you write these yourself, or are they like public domain ones, or?
Okay, so these were all public domain downloads that I don't think I used any of them verbatim. I've had to strip out lots of channels to make 2-channel music out of it, and fix quite a lot of the notes in them because they weren't quite right to my ear. So that's not the tune that from other versions of this game. It's a free version that I've sort of muddled into sounding right to me. But there are a few, and hopefully a nice little surprise one as well.
Cool. And is Nick, or sorry, Neil, is Neil already selling these, or is that happening very soon, or what's the schedule?
So no, this is a real soon now, I think. I don't know. But as I say, on the CoCo podcast, he did say that the parts were coming together. It sounds promising. It sounds like there should be something to buy soon. And because of hopefully not too much money, but it's a cartridge, so,
Yeah. But that's 2 Game Master cartridge games coming out now from both you and...
well, they've done others already, haven't they?
Yeah, there's been a few others, but I mean, like
who.
right now, having 2 come out at once, I don't think has happened before. I think they've kind of been spaced out. So having 2 that are actually in active development. And I'm trying to remember if the Ice Brawlers that Sheldon's doing, if he's doing a version of that for the GMC as well as the PSG or not. I can't remember.
Not sure.
I know he was talking about at one point, he might be narrowing it down to 1 just to make it a bit easier on development time-wise. But
I know that, like Steve, when I saw John announced the GMC, I thought, yeah, that makes sense. That's a good idea.
And thank you so much for putting the support for these into X-Work too, because it makes development a lot easier for those of you that for people that don't have it or want to test or even play the game. If they don't have real hardware, they still have an opportunity to play a game with that support built in. So,
well, I can only apologize that I haven't got any of the other sound solutions in there. It's
well, you've been kind of busy with MC10 and CoCo 3 support, so I think we can forgive you that.
Okay. Anyway, I think that's me.
All right. Well, thanks. And we'll actually have a bit of a mention of a couple of other things involving you a bit later in the regular news, but we'll finish up the roundtable first. So I guess we've got Jay. Did you want to go first, or Nick? Did you want to go first?
Jay can go first.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay,
I'm just waiting for my turn. So I guess I'll just start with a little bit of history on it. So I don't know how many people here follow the 8-Bit guy on YouTube. Pretty popular guy. But if you do, you probably know that he put out a game called Attack of the Pesky Robots earlier this year for the PET, and then he ported it to the VIC and the C64 and the X16, which is his platform that he's creating at the moment, a new computer platform. So, hey, there we go. Is that the Atari?
No, this is the original release for the PET Vic in 64.
Gotcha. So that's what the box, there are some boxes that are different colors, but that's the original one. And so when it first came out, I thought that's pretty cool, you know, all the Commodore platforms, but of course, not a Commodore person. So although I do have quite a few Commodore machines in my collection, but I thought it'd be cool to be on the CoCo, but my first thought was, yeah, I'll never get that done. So I kind of just let it go. And then the next thing I know, there's an Apple version, and then there's an Atari version, and there's other versions in progress. And I'm like, I thought about it a little bit more. This is, you know, a couple months. And then finally, I think in September, I hit him up on email. I said, hey, I'm interested in doing the CoCo version. And would you send me your source code? So he sent me the source code for the PET version, the original 4032 PET version. And I could tell from his email, as he says in a lot of his videos, that he didn't expect anything to come of it. Because I think a lot of people do ask for source code and never do anything with it. So anyways, I got the source code and I decided to do it on the CoCo 3 because I figured if it can be done there with that resolution and that color mode, then it can be done on the CoCo as well. So although originally my thought wasn't really to do a CoCo 1.2 version, I was concentrating on the CoCo 3. But anyway, so I took the PET graphics and I took the PET code, and I basically commenced to putting together a complete reproduction of the PET version on the CoCo 3. And let me bring this up so you guys can see kind of what it looks like.
Yeah, Buck Owens, Steve Rasmussen in the chat is mentioning Atari 7800 port is also works. There's also like Amiga and a bunch of others.
There's like, yeah, there's like, I think there's still like another 6 or 7 or maybe more ports that are in progress.
And David, I think, has mentioned like people requesting a source that's well over 100 people for different platforms, and you know.
Well, he said it's kind of funny in one ability. He said because he's written, I guess, 3 or maybe 4 games now in the recent past, and his last game before this one, he said he had like 150 people ask for source code, and not one of them came back with a port. So he wasn't looking for much, I guess, when people started asking for this one. But he's gotten a good response. So that's good. So anyway, am I on? You seen my share? Okay. So this is the title. So if you guys have played or seen the PET version of the game, this will look really familiar because it is a 1-to-1 reproduction pretty much of the PET. The PET does do character graphics, 40 by 25 character screen. Of course, the CoCo does not have redefinable characters, so that was basically not a way to go. So like I said, my first thought was to go into full bitmap mode. So here we have 320 by 200 by 16 colors. However, the PET version, as everybody knows, is, well, actually green and black, but we have white and black here. But you know, another color set can be swapped in here fairly easily with 16 colors and Wamidine graphics and what have you. So that's where we're going to get eventually. So in the menu here, let's see if I'm actually, yep, I am. So there is a map selection. There's 10 different maps. However, right now we are hard coded for just one for development. There's also difficulty settings. If you watch the robot's eyes, you'll see that they change as you move into difficulty. So that's his angry face. And I call that his scared face. And this is his concerned face. So that's kind of how I look at him. But basically easy, medium, and hard. Difference in difficulty, from what I understand, is normal is what you consider normal. If you go to easy, it doubles the amount of stuff you can find in the map to make it a little bit easier to play. And if you go to hard, you go back to the same amount of stuff, but all the robots in the game, instead of some of them initially waiting for you to shoot them to fire back, they will automatically be aggressive towards you when you come into screen with them. So there's also a controls here, which is probably going to end up being a setup option prior to the game starting, so that we don't have to put that code in, because talk about this, I guess, a little bit later, but the fitting the code in has been a challenge thus far. So anyways, I got the game started. and I got this screen done, and I pretty much got it to kind of what you're seeing here. I had the game screen, and the map was showing, and I had the text at the bottom working, the health bar working, all that kind of stuff was working. But I realized at that point, number one, it was too slow to be a viable, game as far as how fast it updated the map. And I also realized that the code just wasn't going to fit the way I had it. So I had two options at that point. I could just stop, or I could phone a friend. So I phoned Mr. Curtis Boyle. Actually, I didn't phone him. I got him on Discord. And I said, hey, Curtis, my first request was, hey, would you take a look at my code, and especially the code that draws the bitmap, and see if you can speed this up to get that going. And, that's really all I asked for initially. He did that and then proceeded to do a whole lot more. And him and I have been working now, I don't know, a month or so on Curtis? 2 months, maybe, something like that. Moving the game forward. So essentially what happened was, or what happened, I guess, in the beginning, what's happening now is I'm writing the code to get it to work the way it needs to work. And then Curtis is kind of coming behind me and actually making it work to make the game playable. So, and also a lot of what he's been doing is crunching the code down. Because when I did it, I literally ported it from the 6502 code to 6309 eventually, but back to 6809. And that code wasn't optimized for the way 6809 wants to play. And Curtis is kind of doing that now to not only make it fast, but also make the code more compact. So at this point, we've been able to put all the code in that we need. And we actually have some more room that we're going to, right now, not in this version, but another version that I'm working on, a current version, working on getting the file loader to work so that we can load in different maps and also different tile sets. So that's where we're at with that. The game itself, so I can move around here. I have it set up right now, AWSD, which is what I'm used to for movement. Those of you that have the actual game will probably notice that that's not the way the pet version works, but that's just what I like from playing PC games. So that's what I've done. I also have the ability to shoot with the weapon that you have chosen, and you can shoot in 4 directions, and you can also shoot while you're moving. So you can be moving in a different direction than what you're actually shooting.
It's separate keys for shooting and moving. It's not a common, like, hit a space bar while you're moving. Right. It's 2 totally separate sets of 4.
Yeah. Yep. And like I said, the game is kind of slow right now because we're still have some optimization things that we want to do to make it faster. But there's also, if you look on the top left hand, there's 2 weapons in the game. So if I hit the one, it will swap between the weapons. So that is what's the plasma rifle, and then that is just a pistol. Obviously shows you how much ammo you have for each one, and if you swap, then you'll get the shot for a different one. The plasma rifle does what it's called a big explosion, and I don't quite have that done right yet. So the artifacts that we're getting there they're not right. So I'm still working on getting that worked out. But also the second box, you'll see items. If I hit my 2 key, that will swap between all the available items in the game. Of course, I have a cheat mode going here, so I get all of them with 100 each, so I can play around. But this one that we're showing here is a magnet, and essentially what that does, if I can find that robot again, there he is. If I come over here, and then I hit the Z key, which is for, I'm sorry, the M key, which is for, no, that's not right either. Space bar for use. Space bar for use. It will make my character highlight, and then when he moves out of the way, I will put it over there. And if you watch when he comes, it will capture him, and then he goes a little haywire and just kind of moves randomly. At this point, obviously, if I want to, I could shoot him and try to kill him. Or otherwise, he will eventually return back to his normal patrol mode when the time delay wears off for that. Another thing we have, these are time bombs. This is essentially the same kind of idea, except what it does is This is also something that uses the big explosion routine. And like I said, it doesn't quite work the way it's supposed to right now, but you get the idea. So if I use it and I put the time bomb out, move away because it will kill me as well. You see that it's actually supposed to do the center and the other 8 squares, but like I said, it's not quite working right now. But you have the time bomb. Also have the EMP, which is not turned on yet, but that's essentially you can set that off and it will zap all the robots on the screen and they'll be immobilized for a period of time. And the last one is the health kit, which you can all imagine what that does for you. And that's it. Below that, you see keys. There is key cards in the game that you can pick up by searching around. I'll show you the search in here in a little bit. But you can see this door here. They're basically all automatic doors. You walk up to them, they open. You walk through them, they close. This one has the black square next to it. If you see, that's kind of a basically a common door. There's no key needed for it. But if I come down here and find some more doors.
I should mention that if you guys are seeing the little flash on the top, that's a CPU timer thing that a lot of programmers use to see how much CPU time.
Oh yeah,
background tasks are.
The coloring, yeah,
that's not part of the actual game,
right? That's basically the IRQ tracking that I have built into it. See a star here, so if I walk up to the door, it will turn into a star, and now I can walk through this door as much as I want because I've unlocked it. Over here's a heart door, and since I have a heart key, it will unlock and open for me there as well. And I think there's a star key door up here somewhere, but you guys get the idea how that works. Obviously got the health bar at the bottom. You got 11 health is your max amount of health that you can have. And then of course the health kit will refill that. And the robots have varying levels of health. The smaller ones like this guy here, he's called a roller bot. You can see the little ball on the bottom of his body there. And then this guy coming across here is called the hover bot. The hover bots can go over water and ground, all that sort of thing. The roller bots are restricted to pretty much walking wherever you can walk as well. So for searching, pretty much, I won't say everything. A lot of the things in the game are searchable. So if I go in here and I go over here to this bed. If I hit Z, Z is the search button, and then I'll push down. It'll say that it's searching, and it tells me I found a key card. Now I don't know which one because I already have all 3, but that's what it would do. And the way the game works, you only have to search like one part of an item as long as it's not longer than basically two tiles. It will search the entire thing. If it is, then you need to search multiple areas. But like I can search this table here, see if I find anything. Yep, found a med kit.
Yeah, so it kind of has an adventure game element with this type of thing as well as the arcade style.
Yep. And actually, if you as Dave describes it in the videos, it's not meant to be a shoot 'em up. In fact, he said, if you try to play the game as a strict shooter, you're not going to have a lot of fun because it's the amount of damage you can do versus the robots is not high enough to be able to just go around with the gun and shoot. And so you need to use a lot of strategy. There's different elements to the maps, like over here. Let me get there. Over here is a trash compactor. So if I walk in here, it will kill me. So I'm not going to do that.
But you can also lure a robot in there and kill it too.
That's right. Yep, you can do like I know I seen one example he showed. He moved a bunch of chairs in a line here and then kind of coaxed a robot to follow him along, and it pretty much went into the trash compactor and killed itself. Let's go in here and look. I'll show you how some of the searching works in here. So if I search this container, neat thing is you search it. I found a key card. Now you can see that it actually shows the open box now. So you know you searched it. The one on the right there is already searched. So not that I searched it, it just came into the game searched. So
you can also move objects around, though. I don't know if we have that enabled yet, do we?
Yep. Trying to figure out. I don't know if I can move this, but I'll try it. So move is an M key for me right now. And then if I go like that, so you see I can move that around. You can also grab, you know, chairs if you want and move them around. So you can use those to like trap robots and then like maybe EMP them or time bomb them or whatever you want to do, that sort of thing. So like I said, there's quite a bit of strategy in it. And the point of the game, at least from what I have gathered and what I've seen playing around with it, is more to figure out ways of killing robots with items and the physical layout of the map versus just trying to shoot and kill them with a weapon. So that's search. I showed you search, I showed you move. I showed you how you use objects. I showed you the shoot for the guns. Key cards, looked at that. I don't know, you think of anything else, Curtis, that we have going on that we can demonstrate at this time?
Not too much more to demonstrate. I mean, there's outside portions, like we're in the building right now, so there's other parts where there's like trails and bridges and stuff. And I know from reading the directions and things that you can accidentally blow up a bridge and screw yourself over, so you have to restart the game.
Yep.
So you have to be a bit careful when you're on some of the maps.
Yep. And there's also some areas where, let me see if I can find it relatively quickly. I'm trying to remember where it is on this map. I think it's down. No, it's up, I think, on this one. But he kind of gives you like trails to kind of lead you to things, but not a great amount. So I think if we follow this trail up here, no. So this brings you up to this yard and there's a robot. So, and the whole goal, I guess I should tell everybody this, the whole goal of the game is to kill all the robots in a level before they kill you. So that allows you to finish that level. It'll give you a time score. So the whole game is based on the least amount of time it takes you to complete the level. And yeah, like I said, so there's these little, I don't know what you want to call them, gardens and such that are out in the outside of the building that contain robots. So you got to find them as well and kill them. That's about it. I can't really think of much else to go. So like I said, I guess just where we want to go from here. Obviously, there's a few features of the game that we need to implement. And like I showed, that big explosion needs to be fixed so that it works appropriately. We're going to look at getting a 16 color tile set for the 320 by 200 screen developed that will still use the tile engine, but would be much more colorful and hopefully aesthetically pleasing as far as the look.
Yeah, I should mention that Erica was actually volunteered to help us with that part. So once we're got the engine basically working, he'll be coming on board for the alternate tile set for the CoCo 3.
Yep. I'm probably going to ask David for probably the C64 set because that's basically the same thing. So I may include, you know, several different tile sets in this version just for some variety. Obviously sound is going to be something we're going to do once we get the game engine working, then we'll be getting sound going into the game. And we have talked about once we get this all to a point where it's working, moving it to the CoCo 2, make it a CoCo 1.2 version as well. And then I'd like to include all three on the same disc. So we'll see if there's room for that. Or maybe we'll do a flippy and we'll have it on one side and then, you know, the other one on the other.
There is a question from Steve Rasmussen.
What's up?
He says, when it's finished, does the 8-bit guy require you to distribute through him? And what are the media plans?
Media plan as far as what it's going to be released on?
Yeah, I think that's what it means.
Yeah, so as far as the 8-bit guy, he does release them in a box set, which is cool. I like the box sets, so I'm definitely going to get my own. But so the way I believe it's going to happen, although I haven't had this direct conversation with David yet, He is going to produce labels, discs, boxes. More than likely, this will have a box with a sticky label for the CoCo. I don't think it's going to have its own box, although it probably will have its own. Well, definitely will have its own label. It's going to come out on 5 1/4-inch disc in the box. The manual, the map manual, all that stuff will be in there. Probably be a small insert for how to get the game, how to set up the game, and how to start the game, because it is different than all the other systems. I do intend, after some period of time, I have to talk to David about what that period might be. I do want to put the code out in the wild and probably put it on the archive for both systems. But like I said, I need to talk to David and see how he wants to handle that. I do know that he has shareware versions out there, like the C64 version. And my feeling on it is that the box set is what you're paying for, the boxing materials, not necessarily the code itself. So I'd like to put the game itself, the digital version of the game, out in the wild after some point in time. It's probably a long-winded answer to the question, but any other questions you see in there, Mark?
Nope, that was the only one. The rest of them were just comments. I guess Jeremy Landry did ask, will this have a special appearance by the Nightmare Highway Attack Couch?
I guess Erico might sneak that in the artwork.
Yeah, I mean, the CoCo version, I definitely have some ideas about some specific CoCo things I would like to try to do. So, and I'm sure, Curtis has ideas, and when the art gets done, we'll try to do those sorts of things. Like I said, I would like to have, because we have the ability pretty much to do all the character sets except, I guess, the Amiga. The Amiga is probably the only one that's a higher resolution. So I'd like to include several tile sets, and then of course the special CoCo set. Now the CoCo 2 will not have 16 color tiles, but I would like to have a monochrome black and white version of the CoCo tiles as well for that.
Yeah, and maybe even an artifact color one. Like Erico's pretty good at doing the artifacts. We might make 2 sets for the CoCo 1 and 2.
You might want to emphasize to everyone that it's currently, what we're seeing now is currently running in a 16 color mode.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it would actually be running faster if you did it just in a black and white video mode, but it is actually moving 16 color memory.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Like literally, like the pet version, the 40x25 Petski version, which is their special ASCII character set, is a 1K screen. The whole screen is 1K. This screen is 32K, and we're moving 24K per frame. So we're already moving 24 times as much as the pet's doing. And the speed's not too bad. It's not fully optimized yet. There's definitely some more stuff like dirty tile detection, like when you're moving over if tiles have not physically changed on a certain spot on the screen while we're redrawing them. Currently, we are redrawing every single one. So once we get the main core engine, when all the different pieces working correctly, then we'll start going through and optimizing the graphics further, et cetera. But that's not running too bad right now. I did optimize the engine a little bit. I don't know, was it about 3 or 4 times faster than the very first raw conversion you did?
Something like that. I think we ended up around. Well, I think your very first attempt was like 4, and I think it's gotten slightly faster since then. Not visually, but by cycle counting, obviously. And the other thing I did, I rewatched one of the videos. I think it was on the Apple II the other day from the 8-bit guy, and something I missed the first time around that I saw this time is he said that they use dirty tiles as well to get it to run fast enough on the Apple. And he said there was something like the average was like 45% of the screen is dirty tiles. So you can get nearly a 50% increase by using a dirty tile. So I found that pretty dramatic. I didn't think it would quite be that high, but he claims based on the research they did looking at it that it was about 45%. So we'll see how that turns out.
Yeah, I think they're if I remember too, the Apple II mode that they used, I think is around 8K per screen. So it's still 4 times less than what we're doing.
Oh yeah, it's much. Yeah, we're definitely, I mean, other than like
Amiga version or something. Yeah.
Yeah, we're definitely moving around, and I guess the 128 version, I believe, is fully bitmapped, so that's probably moving around about the same amount as well. But I don't know that for a fact. But yeah, we're definitely on the high end as far as trying to get things to work at an appropriate speed. So, you got anything else, Curtis?
No, like I said, Erica will be involved in doing some of the graphic stuff here. We're going to try to make CoCo 1 and 2 versions, a CoCo 3 custom tile set. There's more optimizations for the speed and stuff. Right now, it's basically going through and finishing optimizing the core code. One of the big things about the 6809, and you'll see this on a lot of ports to the CoCo, like Rescue and Fractals, Chronos Rift is the same thing. If they're written for the 6502, they tend to just straight port it. So anything using the X register, the Y register, they just keep doing that. The problem is the 6502, that's an 8-bit register. So for the code to run properly on the CoCo itself on a 6809, if you just straight raw translate it, those are 16-bit registers. So we have to clear out the high byte and transfer it to the low byte. And then you're running with, 16-bit offset addressing stuff, which is slower. So it's definitely running slower right off the hop. It makes it easy to do the conversion. So, I mean, you got the game basically, the core bits running pretty quickly as far as the amount of time to convert it, but it doesn't run as fast as it could be. And stuff like tables especially are set up totally differently than we normally do on a 6809, just because it's much better to do on a 6502 that way. So for example, if you have a table, like they have unit tables in here, which is basically all the movable objects like robots and stuff like that. And basically what happens is that they would have like the X location is one table and the Y location is a second table and the power energy level is a third, and it would just keep going on. So you might have a structure of like 9 different things you're keeping track of per object. But you'd keep them all in separate tables because then you could do comma X, objects 0 through 255, and you just keep going through. And that's not the most efficient way to do it in the 6809. So we're definitely changing some stuff like that. I'm probably not going to change all of it because there's a lot of code. There's certain tables that are used so often that we have to change a ton of code, and I'm scared of breaking something. If we need to get the speed fully up to where it should be, I might still do that. But I took some of the simpler tables and have change them to be everything contiguous. Your X, Y coordinate and your power level would all be 3 bytes right after each other. So now it's all 5-bit offsets, which are much faster, takes less RAM. And we have the multiply command. If you want to see what point to offset for the entry, 157 in the table, we just do a 157 times the size of the table entries. One multiplication command, we're pointing there. Whereas on the Apple, they have to treat all those as separate, or on 602, I should say, you just have to treat those separate. So lots of optimizations to still do, but we've crunched it down. I think from the initial thing, we couldn't even fit all the code in to a 64K space.
Well, we couldn't even fit all the map in at first. Remember, we were running like like a third of the map or something just to test, and then we crunched it, got it down so we can put the whole map in. And now we got it crunched. And the other thing that's kind of interesting, just as a side note, I don't know if anybody will find this as interesting as I do, but like the pet, all the video reproduction is done on the ROM in not in hardware, but on the ROM. We're doing all the blitting manually in our code. So all that code's additional. All the code that uses that code is also additional. Also the on the pet, the keyboard routine for selecting detecting keys and responding to them is very straightforward, where on the CoCo there's additional code required to do that. The Commodore machines, their disk drives are essentially little computers, so they just issue a command to the Commodore disk drive and it sends back the answer, whereas for us we have to do all that manually as well. So there's a lot of additional code that we've had to work down to get in here just to get the game to run that wasn't even really a consideration on the original game. So it's quite a bit of extra code for just to get it run on the CoCo.
All right. So on a pet, this would just be a text screen.
Yes.
And an A looked like the upper left corner of a spaceship or whatever, but it's just an A and you just move on. We're on a CoCo. This is a tile that you have to.
Yeah, on a CoCo, it's a 20, like each full-size tile is a 24 by 24 pixel combination of 3 by 3 characters, which are each 8 by 8 pixels themselves. So
right, yeah, we call them characters, but that's just a reference to the pet because they're not really characters; they're just bitmaps. But But yeah, all the shapes that you see here, for those of you that aren't familiar with the pet, are all part of the pet's character set. So David basically took the character set, made tiles out of those characters to make the whole game, actually, which is pretty interesting when you think about that just by itself. But
that interior art looks really good considering it's made from character cells like that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Well, I know David, in one of his videos, he said that he thinks this is probably the most complicated, most robust pet game ever released. And I did use a pet back in school, and I'd have to agree, this is far beyond anything else.
Yeah, there's nothing I've seen that is anything close to that.
Any further questions or comments? Nope. Okay. So I think we'll take a bit of a break here before we hit Nick and then Frank. I'm not sure if Frank's on the call here, but he'll be kind of our segue into the news section here. But some people, I think, need to use the potty and grab some more coffee, or both. So Mark, if you want to queue up some ads and maybe the Discord, who's new to Discord this week type stuff. Yep. And we'll come back with Nick Rennies with an update to 0 Hour.
You are watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading weekly video podcast featuring the Tandy color computer. We spread the love to the past, present, and future for all models, including the original color computer, the CoCo 3, and the world-renowned exclusive French-Canadian CoCo 2, the Radio Shack.
At CoCoTALK, we'd like to thank the patrons who sponsor our program. So our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Alan Huffman, Alan Murphy, Blair Ledoux, Bowden Aaron, Brendan Donahue, Brian Weasler, Ciaran Anscomb, D. Bruce Moore, Daniel Williams, Diego, Eric Canales, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Downs, Ken Reichert, Kyle Etter, Malfunct, Michael Pitsley, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Paul Thayer, Rick Ulland, Rob Inman, Rocky Hill, Stephen Wagner, Steve Batson, Steve Rasmussen, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., Tom Gunderson, Tom Heron, Tom S., Tony C., and William Athing. Thank you ever so much, patrons.
Hi, this is Eddie Zerbinski from beautiful Quebec City. Vous écoutez CoCoTALK.
As you're enjoying CoCoTALK, we also want to remind you about the CoCo Discord server. This is a place where people come to connect, to ask questions, to provide answers, to share information, and to socialize. So when you're done, why don't you head on over to the CoCo Discord server and we'll continue the conversation there. The easy to remember link is discord.cocotalk.live. See you on Discord. CoCo123 is the Glenside Color Computer Club community newsletter that's been in publication since 1985. While the Rainbow magazine may be gone, it doesn't mean you still can't have a cool CoCo periodical. Head on over to the Glenside Color Computer website at glensideccc.com and then click on the Documents link to view all the past issues of the CoCo123 newsletter. Not only can you read all of the past and present issues, we'd also love to hear some submissions from you. So if you'd like to send an article, a column, something to talk about, maybe even a program listing, send an email to glensideccc@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you. The CoCo World Map is a cool community resource where you can view coconuts from around the world. Head on over to map.cocotalk.live and see where your fellow Coconutians happen to be living on the planet Earth. If you would like to submit yourself to be on the CoCo map, send an email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live, and we look forward to seeing you on the CoCo map. Hey guys, it's Stevie Strode. If you've been watching CoCoTALK for a while, hopefully you understand that everyone is welcome to join this show. You don't need an impressive resume to get on. You just need to enjoy the CoCo and be willing to talk about it. There is no wrong way to CoCo. There is no wrong way to be a fan of the CoCo. There's no wrong way to be on CoCoTALK. You just have to want to talk CoCo. So if you would like to join us, then reach out to us on our Discord server, which is discord.cocotalk.live, or send an email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live, and let's get you on the show and let's talk about the CoCo.
Hi, I'm Tim, and you're watching CoCoTALK Live. And I'm playing Daggereth online like that idiot from the book.
Can you dial back on the condescension there as you respond there? It's time for everyone's favorite segment, Who's New to Discord This Week?
RJ. Hello all, name's RJ. I'm in my 50s. Grew up mainly with Apple IIs. Watching a series of YouTube videos on Tandy CoCos recently. I just received a CoCo 3, and am eager to venture this side of the road. Blackbit. Hi all. My name is Alex. I consider myself a general technology nerd. In terms of vintage, retro computing, I do various things. My big soft spot are peripherals. I am also a licensed ham and play with electronics, which involves vintage lab gear. Lastly, I have been a professional in the Linux world for 20 years. Geronimus. Hello all. My first computer was a CoCo, but I like quite a few different systems and am a hardware hacker from way back. People will probably know my name from Facebook.
The previous bios were edited for time's sake. Thanks to Melly, Boysantech, Paul Fiscarelli, Terry Stagee, and the CoCoTalk patrons for boosting the server. Please consider joining Discord and visiting the welcome section to read these bios in full and see what the community has to offer. At discord.cocotalk.live.
And we're back.
Cool. So we'll just go on to the next and final live presenter for game updates. And that would be our Aussie friend, Nick Marionettes there.
Crikey.
Renties. With a 0-hour update.
And another update. So people must be getting sick of seeing it all the time. But well,
that's why you put everybody else in front of you, so they kind of
figured, that's right. So I'll keep it short anyway. So this week I released my next development blog chapter update for those who like to follow what I've been doing, and I've done another two screen or levels, and I've also supplied a video showing the levels and from last chapter, so 4 levels. So I guess if you want to roll the video and I can just talk over it, I guess.
Let me load up the video here. I just got the blog up here right now, so let me grab the video. Okay, share screen.
So that's the new loader screen for the program, just to try and jazz it up a bit. And in this video, I just actually play the game straight through. Of course, there's still a lot of things that aren't finished yet. I still can't die when I hit a robot. I can't pick up the EMF charges. I can't harm the robots. So still a lot of things to do.
Still in Stevie mode.
In Stevie mode. That's right. He says, "What? You mean you're going to make it harder?" So at the moment, I'm at the foyer, and I just got to get to the screen that I got running, and it's the power generator. So I'll just go into these quickly. So you haven't got your sound on, Curtis?
I do. It's probably just a bit light here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so when you travel across to get to the other side of the screen, you've got to pass through the power generator that's at the top there, throwing sparks down. If you get hit by a spark, of course, you get knocked down. A couple of buttons down there which control the activity of the fires below, which you need to activate and deactivate in order to get past the fires. So that's all I show on that, but that's the power generator. I go back to the foyer. and I'll move on to the next level that I did.
And you can control the elevators now too.
Well, yeah, one of the things I found annoying was that, especially on the foyer here, it takes so long to go up and down because they're the longest lifts. So you can press spacebar to reverse the direction of the lifts. Only on the foyer level though. So it speeds it up. The next one is the transporter tubes. Think of Star Trek here. Basically those blue areas in the corners. If you enter one of those, you can teleport to any of the others, the one that's currently flashing. And I'm trying to design the level so that you need to use the teleporters to get to certain parts of the screen, or maybe to get around objects like that. So beam me up. I've also extended the dropping distance, so you can actually drop down on some levels without dying. Back to the foyer. And now to go to the other two levels that I did in the previous chapter, which I didn't show any video for. So it's called a hydraulic lifter. So that machine down the bottom there is a special lifter for lifting heavy objects. And you need to put a certain amount of EMF charges into the machine to make it go up to the level that you want. So I've put 3 charges in. That'll take me up to the highest platform. And you can't get down because the lifter will go back automatically. So the only way to get down is to jump into these what do they call these tubes, which slide you down safely to that bottom level like that. So for this, you've got to constantly go and control the machine to get up to certain levels.
Where are the yellow blocks on that screen?
The yellow blocks are the EMF bombs.
Oh, okay.
Or EMF charges, which I can't collect yet. Really? So when you finally can, you can then use those to disable the robots. But the robots currently can't harm me. So
you should mention the release sample too.
Oh yeah, when you die, I don't know if you want to rewind it back because you did it just before. I've added a David Ladd sound effect where he says the word "really." Anyone who knows David Ladd knows that he's well known for that. So I'll shut up so you can listen to.
Where was it? Was it before this or?
What?
It was in the generator room.
Yeah, it was in the generator room. It's there too.
There it is.
Did you hear it?
Yeah, I just heard it just now. On the bits we don't talk over.
Really?
So it's a bit slowed down, so it doesn't quite pitch sound like David, but it's actually a digitized David sample.
Yeah, it's David's voice. Just to give a bit of humor to the game.
And make David even more famous than he is already.
That's right. And this one's the EMF chamber. Now this one, the green area in the center, you are able to fall much further. Anywhere outside that you would still die, but you fall a bit further and you've got to ride the platforms which only go in one direction, and you can't touch the top or the bottom, which is the EMF generator poles or conductors. So this machine is generating EMF charges. So you can see one there, a yellow block moving on a platform. So you can go and collect those. It's important you get as many EMF charges as you can, because some levels you do require those charges. But the challenge in this game, in this level rather, is that you don't know when the platforms are going to appear. Sometimes a platform doesn't appear where you want it, so you've got to always think in terms of a contingency plan of being able to reverse or get around that problem until you get the platforms in the right place. Like here, for example, there wasn't one in front, which is what I wanted, so I quickly had to go back to stall a bit, and again, and then one appears finally, which I can't get to, and now I can. So that's the main strategy in this game, in this level, and that's it. That's the 4 levels I've done. So it's coming along. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before with Steve's game, you guys are both in the fine-tuning phase of a lot of it, trying different things and going, this worked, this didn't, because you've done a few changes to it as he has.
Yeah, that's right. And I think something that Steve Bamford was saying, some of it, I haven't planned it fully. Like I've got a rough idea of what the level is going to be and what you're going to do, but not fully. So I've got it laid out to that point, and then as I'm coding it, I decide what I'm going to do. I say, I wonder if that'll look good or if that'll be fun, and then I sort of dynamically come up with the ideas for the level while I'm still coding it. So it's a bit more of an organic. These last 2 levels are a bit more organic. The EMF chamber level is completely different to what I had originally planned. And it took me a while. I had a few other ideas I put in there. I didn't like it. Then recode it, delete code, make some more graphics. And finally, I got something that I liked.
And the one nice thing about you're doing in this game is they're almost like each level's a mini game. Like they're different enough from each other. There's a few common elements like picking up.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it's a common, a lot of elements all common, but then there's a machine or some aspect of that level which is unique. So it makes it like into a little
it's not like a normal platformer or an older platformer where basically it's the same thing. You're just rearranging where everything is, and you're doing the exact same things. Like you're throwing in completely different things, like the little casino gambling thing you got in there.
Yeah, there is. And that's why it takes so long to do this game. You're not doing just one game. You're doing about 14 different games, or mini games anyway, in the thing. So that's why it's taking a bit longer. It's probably one of my most challenging games that I've ever done. But it'll get there slowly. It'll get there.
So thank you, Nick, and thanks to all of the other guests here for doing all these game updates. I know there's a few other people that are working on some games too that didn't have stuff ready or weren't able to make it, and want to save showing stuff until they're actually on. Now, one thing I will mention here is that, of course, with all these new games being worked on and soon to be coming out here, you're going to need some place to actually get some storage to hold all these darn things. And our next guest, and this is kind of segueing into regular news, quote unquote, is Frank from RetroRewind, who we announced last week has actually got some CoCo products, and I want him to kind of discuss what's out there. He can actually show some of it, and also what some of the future plans are. So take it away, Frank.
That was a very smooth transition. Did you actually write that one out? Like, were you specifically waiting for that point in time?
I'm not normally known for smooth transitions, let me tell you.
He's our professional newsreader.
Yeah.
You're as smooth as they come, Curtis. Don't let anybody tell
probably
you.
Had a sticky note stuck to his monitor, just waiting for the right opportunity to jump on it.
Yeah, let me uncover it. Oh, there you are. I can see what you look like now. So,
yeah, I don't think anyone wants to see what I look like, but nevertheless, So, I was on quickly last week, live from the World of Commodore, from the competitors show. Actually brought one of our CoCoSDCs there. We had a couple CoCo fans of the show, Henry and Neil, who kind of swung by, had a good chat. I'm not going to lie, I did sell them some Commodore products, but I think the days of the schoolyard micro battles are long gone.
Now we just fight amongst ourselves. That's the difference.
One big happy family. Let's be honest. Spent a whole bunch of time deep diving into CoCo hardware. I mean, I'm a Commodore hardware developer. It's a whole new world. But we've got a whole bunch of exciting stuff. One being the CoCoSDC, which we've almost sold out of our entire run already. Kind of literally in the process of building more as you guys were talking. We've got repair services, secured a large quantity of 6309s. Problem with this hobby is some of these, some of the custom chips and, hobby projects like this started, they're really hard to find. And with the chip shortage, as I'm sure most people on here are well aware of, it's become a challenge. So it took us a lot longer to get at least the CoCoSDC into production. I mean, we got the rights from Darren, I don't know, 3 months ago. But trying to find PLCC Xilinx chips, which technically are classified as, hobbyist chips, is very, very difficult when most, the only foundry that Xilinx uses in Taiwan is completely geared towards SMD right now. They're not even considering the PLCC stuff. So we secured enough to make 50 units, which is fantastic. We're this week alone, I think we sold 8 or 9 already. This community has been great. We've got, like I said, the 6309 upgrades that we can make, either provide people the chip or do it for them. We can recap your machine. We can diagnose any problems, repair. What else do we got that we're kind of looking forward to? So I think I've got the RTC working. The question is, and maybe we can have a frank discussion about this, no pun intended, is the best way to implement that? Would that be like a standalone carrier card, or maybe incorporate it into like a cart switcher? We can't put it in the CoCoSDC because that's the agreement with Darren. We're not allowed to modify it, and that's perfectly fine. Even though I would like to have a kind of in-depth conversation with him about maybe switching the footprint from PLCC to one of the SMD QFP 64, whatever the chip count is, because it would make sourcing some of these chips a lot easier. So like I said, this has been, I'm not gonna lie, this has been one of the best product launches we've had, is the SDC. I'm sure everyone here is quite familiar with it. If you don't own it already, guess what? We've got them for sale right here. So I don't know if anyone's got any questions. Maybe we can start that way. But I would like to, after answering your questions, kind of have a conversation about the gaps that are missing. We're not here to step on anyone's toes. That's not kind of the philosophy that we have. What we like to do is find a gap that's missing. One of our claims to fame have always been diagnostic hardware for micro. So we're also working on at least a CoCo Diag cart. But I also have a few other ideas that I'll mention at a later date, but to offer diagnostic services to the end user. You can buy products to actually diagnose machines yourself.
Well, one thing I wanted to ask you about, which I had not warned you about, so I'm going to spring it on you. But I know you do a lot of selling to Europe for the Amiga and the Commodore stuff. And I know there's been some problems getting stuff from the States to Europe, whether it's SDCs or whatever else, that gets quite expensive. And it sounds like you have a bit more streamlined way of getting things done just because you're so used to doing it. And we do have a fair number of Dragon people, including some people on the panel here. So I was wondering, what is it like shipping from you to, say, the UK or Europe as far as?
So I think we just shipped an SDC to the UK. It wasn't just the SDC. I thought they bought an Amiga product as well. But I think shipping, and I can confirm that, I think shipping was like $22 or something like that. It wasn't anything outrageous. One of the benefits we've had with Canada Post, which is our primary shipper, is your discount is based on volume. right? So the more you ship in a month, the greater your discount is. And we completely 100% turn that discount around to the consumer, right? So we're not kind of keeping that money. So the API that's built into our website factors in that discount. So, I mean, I've shipped stuff to Australia just last week, a very large shipment to a Commodore user group. It was like a kilogram worth of stuff. You know, sorry for those of you in the audience that don't use the metric system. It's like 2.2 pounds. I think it was like $38. So it's not outrageous. And we try to pass whatever discounts we get through our shippers. And we do have, you know, we do use UPS and FedEx if need be, and avoid DHL at all costs, but we use other couriers if need be, if people want stuff really quickly. But, you know, turnaround time is usually, at least to the UK, is about 10 to 12 days. Might be a little bit longer right now with the holiday season because there is a mad rush through the postal system, but it's not outrageous. And those prices are Canadian, by the way. So that's like, I don't know, $3 American or something like that based on the exchange rate.
And of course, obviously you ship to the States too. So it's...
Absolutely. It's our largest customer base is in the States, like by far.
Cool. And you've got cap kits now, I think, for all the different CoCos, CoCo 1s, 2s, 3s, and even different versions of each, because it's a little bit different depending on what age the particular model is.
They are slightly different. I think I mentioned this in last week's show. There's a few values that been really banging my head on as to the electrical theory, why they used a very specific cap, which makes no sense to me. And I know you guys mentioned, no, it's probably because it was cheap. Some of them are very hard to find, but we managed to secure what we need. So there's full cap kits, and we'll even do the recapping for you, which, you know, if people aren't comfortable, I think Curtis has a habit of setting his hair on fire every time he turns on a soldering iron. So
that's why I don't do it anymore. Yep.
Yeah, we will gladly do it for you, including diagnosing any problem that the machine has. I've actually had a lot of fun kind of doing a deep dive into the hardware and the theory behind how the machine works. It's quite elegant. I'm not going to lie. I mean, it's not as easy as a 64, and that's not a cheap shot at either machine. But I'll have to give Tandy engineers credit. They did a pretty good job on the layout of that system and how it works, all the buses.
You also have some tool sets and stuff that are pretty well generic to any machine too, that you also sell, don't you? Like, you know,
yeah, we've got whenever we have an itch that we need to scratch for a custom tool or anything, we then turn it into a product. Chip straighteners and resistor lead benders and a whole bunch of other little goodies that whenever we feel a need and we might create a die or a jig for something, we turn around and make it a product. Because, you know, if we need it, I'm sure people in the community need it too. So, I mean, there's no harm in releasing that. We're working on right now, I know it's not Tandy related, but we're working on a kind of a benchtop power supply for at least Commodore micros. Nice thing about Tandy's is they all got built-in power supplies, but in the Commodore world, they don't. And kind of, you know, every time I needed to work on a machine, I'd be looking for a power supply for a C16 or a 128 or something. It was just like, you know what, I'm just going to build one bench power supply that'll power everything. And then in turn around and say, hey, if anybody wants it, we'll sell it as a kit, right? So yeah, whenever we find something that kind of will fill a gap, we turn around and offer it to the community.
Well, that's a question I could give to Ciaran and Steve too. Then, I know the Dragons actually had a separate power supply, and I know that's something that tends to go at times. And John Whitworth had made one pack of 20, I think, which he sold out pretty well immediately. Now he's actually doing a second run kit form only because he doesn't really want to get into manufacturing power supplies. So for Ciaran and Steve, do you think that's something that'd be worthwhile looking into for Frank?
Possibly. So the bit that fails for the Dragon is an external transformer, which has got like two windings providing AC to the Dragon, and then the sort of rectifier blah-de-blahs all inside the Dragon. But what Phil and John manufactured was something that would just take a standard 12-volt input that mounts inside the Dragon instead of its sort of rectifier, blah blah board.
Oh, so kind of bypassing the rectifier circuitry.
Yeah, so you provide your own 12-volt supply. You don't need to use the AC brick, which has apparently they have a tendency to die. None of mine have, but
yeah, that's a common problem in the 64 world too.
So yeah, I think John has committed to making a few more, but he did say that he didn't really want to get into doing it full time. I think it takes a lot of his time. You could, yeah.
The problem with anything regarding power supplies, especially if you're selling anything that connects to mains, is, I mean, we are an actual corporation. You require regulatory body approval if you're going to sell it, right? I mean, we try to play by the rules. So, whatever design has to be at least cleared by a regulatory body. And I know that there's like cross-country agreements of recognition. So in Canada, one of 5 bodies, the primary one here is the CSA, the Canadian Standards Authority. So anytime we create anything that essentially plugs into mains, it's got to be cleared by them, approved by them. It's got to have a little sticker saying it's certified by them. And that's the problem you tend to get into when you're kind of working on power supplies outside kind of the hobby thing. So that increases the price, obviously, because I think like CSA approval, I think it's like $5,000. So, you got to take you got to take 3 units with you to them and give it to them and your schematics and pay $5,000 and then pay, I think it's like $3 a sticker afterwards. So it gets pricey. And, at the end of the day, it's not like we can mass produce 10,000 of them to make it worth. Because, I mean, I wish the community was big enough to produce power supplies at those kind of numbers, but they're not. So, we're trying to find a way of selling a kit, which kind of will bypass that, whether that's using, a switch mode power supply already, where we don't have to, do any tracing that requires mains voltage. So it's kind of it's a sticky, windy road that you end up going down. And the last thing I want is, any illegal issues, because, nobody really wants that.
So the board in question, it takes an external 12-volt supply, which you provide. The board in question, no mains. However, John is, when he sent them out, because I bought a couple, he does include sheets of disclaimer, this is a hobbyist, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I'd be interested in that project. But like I said, we're what we really want to do is fill voids, right? It's great that lots of people are working on stuff, and that's fantastic. And we're not, we don't want to cannibalize anything. We just kind of want to see where the holes are, where the voids are, and where we can help, and even help other people who have projects that would like to, make larger runs. We have pick and place machines. We've got reflow ovens, and we just ordered a solder wave table so that we can do, through hole components like this a lot faster than me sitting 3 beers in trying to solder everything by hand, because it's quite time consuming. So, we've got the capability to do, smallish to medium sized runs. And if there are people out there that have projects that they'd like to have produced in larger quantities, we're here to help.
Cool. I think you'll definitely might have some takers on that in the future. There's a lot of hardware projects on the go at the moment. So
yeah, it's been the community's been fantastic. We've working on cabling as well. So that like the RGB cabling for the CoCo 3 and kind of little things like that. And again, it was like, hey, I need one. I'm going to make one, and hell, we'll sell them too at the same time. So that's kind of always been our MO, to say the least.
Well, I know there's been some requests lately for people that have multiple retro machines. Like, for example, the Amiga 1084S will work on a CoCo as long as you do the cabling right. So that'd be an example, or maybe Apple IIgs monitors. I think Sloopy's done some stuff with that too. So that'd be a nice niche to fill, because they used to be produced all the time. You used to buy them at Rainbow Fest and CoCo Fests, and they had the schematics and everything else, but they've been kind of lost over the years, and now a lot of people don't know how to make them anymore. So that'd be something like, if you already have one of those monitors, one of the other machines, and it literally just plugs straight in and works.
Yeah, the cable I've been working on is for our GBI for 1084S. That's exactly what I've been working on. So, I'm hoping, sometime early next week, they'll be up on the site. I think I've got 25 made already. So it's a good enough start running. If people want them, they're there.
Yeah, I know the RGB analog ones. We used to interchange monitors between the Atari ST, the Amiga, and the CoCo 3 just willy-nilly pretty well. You just needed, this needs a positive, this needs a negative, and whatever else it was.
Why would you ever use an Atari ST?
I'll let Boda answer that since he's starting an Atari ST show.
We're going to find out all about it, Frank, come January.
I know all about it. I got a couple 1024s that I usually beat on when I get frustrated. So yeah, well aware of it.
And now, of course, I have to defend the Atari ST because when Kevin Darling was doing the OS9 Level 2 version 3 upgrade, he actually got flown into Microware specifically work on OSK for the Atari ST. So, there's a bit of sister brotherhood there too. So,
speaking of OSs, we've I know a guy that's working on Nitros. So we're going to be offering SD cards fully loaded as well with SDCs to make people's lives easier. With SDC Explorer and whatever else we can legally stick on this card, so people can kind of just plug it in and go type of thing.
Cool. Nick Moretti, since you're on here and quite a bit of your stuff is now freely available except for the recent stuff here, is that something you'd be interested in having as part of that bundle? Like your older stuff?
Say again. I'm doing two things at once.
I thought you're hearing it upside down.
Yeah, sleeping and yeah, go on.
No, Frank was just mentioning he's planning on doing some pre-bundles of some software with the SDC, like SDC Explorer and stuff. And he said anything legally they could throw on, you could pre-bundle with it. So when people order a CoCoSDC from him, they'll actually have an SD card included with some stuff. And I figured some of your older stuff that's free download anyway.
You can pretty well put all my old stuff there. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Official permission. There you go.
Fantastic.
Now, if Nick would just write some decent games, that'd be awesome.
I've started learning 6309
Finally.
after years of you telling me not to. Anyway, okay. Next.
It's not an easy chip to find. Let me tell you something. That's not an easy chip to find.
Are they actually still being manufactured or?
In small runs. So I managed to secure them through a Canadian electronic. Actually, they're global, but they're Canadian-based, called Future Electronics. And I learned that they are produced under license because there are some medical industry machines that are still using them and being produced. So they do make them, but they make them in very specialized runs, usually for these companies that make medical equipment that still require them. So I managed to say, hey, got any on the shelf? So I secured 100 of them, which is fantastic because, it's not like you can just find them through DigiKey or Newark or one of the regular distributors because no one's making them on a regular basis. They're made.
I think most of the ones being offered right now are like basically ones that have been taken off existing boards and stuff. So you're going to use parts.
Correct. And it's always dangerous kind of, going overseas to various used chip shops because you never really know what you're going to get. And that becomes a problem. Like the Xilinx CPLDs for the CoCoSDC. I mean, I got a batch of 60 from overseas and like 3 of them worked. So, it's risky when you kind of go down that road. So try to mitigate the risk and see if you can actually find them. It's a challenge, but there are always avenues and someone's always got something somewhere on a shelf somewhere that they've forgotten about.
One thing that might be good is ideas on what CoCo things to do is a CPU board with the real-time clock on there and maybe even a sound chip or something else that's needed. But
I'm glad you said that. The Buffy project is currently working on a full replacement for Motorola 68,000, which is, using Amigas and Macs. And the same core development is going to be pushed down to kind of, 8-bit micros as well. The Buffy is like, it's in my hands. It's in the next room. I can go get it if you want to see it. And once that is finalized, and we're kind of hoping that production will hit February, the orders in to get them produced. It's not something that we can actually do in-house because That's very, very small components, BGA, there's board-to-board stuff on it. That we would then move it to a kind of configurable 8-bit micro that you can make it a 6502, you can make it whatever you want. They'll have onboard memory and hopefully onboard programmable logic through an FPGA that you could then add if you want, audio and anything else.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. That would be awesome.
But yeah, I mean, we just had this conversation. It's hard finding some of those chips, right? And modern day replacements are needed. They're needed for, especially in the Commodore world, more than anywhere, because most of that stuff was proprietary to them when they bought MOS. And once they kind of were said and done, you couldn't get a VIC-2 anymore, and you couldn't get a PLA, and you couldn't get this, that, CIAs. Thankfully, people started recreating them, and there is an FPGA replacement for the VIC that's being kind of beta test right now, and hopefully will hit the market in the next 6 months. And the idea is to do the same for other 8-bit micros, to have kind of programmable replacement chips, for lack of a better term.
Kind of like our Gimme X is on the CoCo 3 technique.
Yeah, but this will just literally be, the idea will be, it'll be platform agnostic. So, stick it in a 64, here's the core for the 64. You want to stick it in a CoCo, here's the core you need, et cetera, et cetera.
Cool. That would be awesome, because it'd be cheaper too, because you could get more in bulk, because it covers every retro machine.
Correct. That's the idea, right?
Even Ken's TI-99 that he just picked up.
Nothing wrong with the TI-99.
That was my third TI-99.
So you're saying the TI-99 is better than the Atari ST? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's you heard that from me. That's for sure.
So when is Boat going to start a TI-99 show?
I've got to space these things out as to not anger Aaron. The plan is to slowly roll them out one by one until it's just a show every day.
I think you should be more worried about getting sleep than anything else.
Yeah.
I think your schedule's a bit full as it is.
Well, what Bo does is he sloughs off most of the hard work onto Aaron, so it's Aaron's problem. It's not his. Right? I mean, all Bo has to do is show up at Boat Fest and drink a lot or something.
Collect my check. That's right.
So listen, I mean, we're here. If anyone's got anything that there are any holes that they think should be filled, I'm easy to get a hold of. You can get a hold of us right through our site or on our Discord channel or through any one of our social media things, or hell, through Curtis or Bode or anyone else. Because I mean, we've got the ability. We've kind of built the infrastructure to do this, and let's fill the holes and kind of scratch the itches.
And Frank, if people have ideas, you're easily available on Discord too, right?
Correct. Smoke signals. I'll answer to anything. One of the things we kind of pride ourselves on is our customer service. There's a lot of shady characters out there, and one of the things we try not to do is fall into that category at all.
Yeah. I just want to mention to Bo too. Aaron mentioned in the chat there that Bo is physically killing him. So,
as a disclaimer, we sponsor a lot of Bo and Aaron shows. They do fantastic work. They keep me very entertained. I said to, I'm not sure if I said this to Bo or Aaron or both of them, that they'd be great in like this shopping channel kind of sitcom show, because they could sell anything. They really could.
Maybe one day.
Anyone got any questions?
That's all the ones I wanted to ask. Anybody else? Like maybe some of the other people that are doing hardware here, like how many people would be interested in doing design and then not have to worry about all the manufacturing stuff, and especially when you've got the full ovens and everything else to make it easy? Is that something people would be interested in?
Well, that may come to pass, because when you first create a project, you want to do everything with it. But then after a little while, you might want to create the next project and not want to keep soldering network jacks onto this thing. So, that could come up. Yeah.
But soldering is fun.
No, it's not.
It's not fun when you're sitting. It's not fun when you're sitting down and you count your solder points and you've got like 6,000 solder points to do in the next hour, and you're like, oh God, somebody shoot me. Hence why we decided to go with the wave soldering machine to make life a little bit easier for some of these through-hole components. I mean, most of the stuff we designed is all SMD.
There's definitely a difference between recreational soldering and that sort of thing.
They're both hideously dangerous. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't have any hair to burn, so it's not a problem for me.
When you said about the diagnostic stuff you're looking into, are you talking about something like the Commodore has, like the whole harness, the whole deal?
Well, the Commodore harness was a lot easier because Commodore actually had a full harness and it was documented, so it became a lot easier. I mean, it had some bugs and the bugs were fixed. But I'm looking at maybe, I don't want to get into too much yet because it's still kind of theory on the whiteboard, but the idea would be something similar using customized software that would be able to help diagnose stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just, this would have to be and is being designed from scratch as opposed to the Commodore stuff. They kind of had, they had a kit already, which is a little bit less complex than the one we sell, but at least there was a kind of a starting point that could be built off of. I mean, we sell diagnostic stuff for every machine we offer, right? So it's like, hell, why not the CoCo?
Cool. Any other questions from anybody on the panel or the chat for that matter? I haven't been paying attention to the chat as heavy as I should be.
It's
Besides all the smart comments from
machine
Aaron.
you guys here.
What's that?
You guys got this running down like a fine old machine.
Alan Murphy, you've made a couple of suggestions here, like CoCo Y cables for those who don't want to wait for MPIs. Conex multi-slots could get resurrected.
Well, Rick yelled at me for that one. Go! Sorry, Rick. Yeah, so there's tons and tons of stuff as far as gaps. One of the ones that comes to mind, I mean, if you haven't read like the Colorful History of CoCo book that Boise and Bill did, or Farna's Underdog book, there's a ton of stuff that used to be there that's no longer there that may be able to be resurrected. And one that I've particularly noticed as I'm working through all the sound cards is that most of the Votrax speech chip cards are impossible to find. But there are modern recreations of Votrax's chip idea. So it might be possible to even resurrect some of those old speech cards without having to tear apart, arcade machines or stuff like that to get those same chips.
That's a fantastic idea.
Let's see. I think I threw some other ones in there too, but that was off the top of my head.
We need a new gimmicks computer.
I'm not stepping into that.
Yeah, maybe if you charge as much as the original gimmicks did, like $6 to $10 grand US or something. Maybe.
Yeah, well, you know what kind of logo it would need on the back to sell for the price it would have to sell for.
Certain fruit, maybe.
I'm one of the.
Yeah, it might be fruit shaped. Yes.
I'm one of the suckers about the new Mega 65. For those of you who are kind of Amiga or Commodore fans, so I totally get overspending on things. I just gotta have one.
I think there's a lot of opportunities there, and of course, now that you got the CoCoSDC out with, and we did need an alternate source of that. I know Boys and Tech was doing it until Richard decided to step away. Ed Snyder, he does it in batches when he gets time, but he's got so many other products. Sometimes you can wait 3 to 4 months before you can get one. And the fact that you've sold 8 or 9 already in the span of a week, I think that proves that there's definitely a market for.
Oh, of course, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. The user, the kind of the user base, the Tandy user base has been fantastic. I've got great comments. Like I said at the CoCo show, we had a whole bunch of different CoCo fans come by. And we did get some sideways looks from some of the Commodore people, but oh well. The Tandy, the CoCo 3 was set up there and had the SDC running, and people were screwing around with it. So, I mean, we're here. Like I said, we got a few other products that will be launched, some this week, some next week. So you can keep an eye on the site or through any of our social media channels. If any of you guys, do got your own YouTube shows, you want to review stuff, don't hesitate to contact us. I mean, we sent a crap load of stuff to Boat and Aaron. Sorry, let me rephrase that. I sent a whole bunch of stuff to Aaron. I've been told I'm not allowed to send anything to Boat because he's not allowed to open or touch anything.
I break things easily, yes.
Yeah, so, and we will be, barring any restrictions, attending Boat Fest. So I think that'll be a lot of fun.
Actually, that brings up another question. Assuming, COVID restrictions and stuff lower, would you be interested in coming to CoCo Fest in
Absolutely.
Chicago?
Without question. Yeah, we've got our little travel kit, tablecloths and signs and everything. Why not? We'll have a good time.
Sounds good.
Thanks for making some time for us. Anyone got any questions? You guys know how to get a hold of me.
Yeah, and we posted links to your website and even the CoCo page specifically in the YouTube chats. People watching this after the fact can go check it out. And definitely thank you for doing the CoCoSDCs, because I know that has been a bit of a bone of contention here, because our second supplier kind of pulled out of it, so that we were back to the 3-month waits between different product runs. So
I do want to mention one quick thing, one quick plug. We are running a contest right now, partnering up with all the shows that we sponsor to raise some money for the Daily Bread Food Bank, which is one of the largest food banks here in Toronto. One of the things we like doing is giving back to the community. And although I know we don't sponsor any CoCo specific shows, there are a list of shows. You can find them through our social media account, where you can use a specific code if you are buying any of the CoCo products, and that'll help raise some money for the Daily Bread Food Bank here in Toronto. Because most of us sit around and debate and argue, and there's still people in this world that have a hard time putting food on the table. So it's a perfect opportunity. It's a perfect time to kind of give back and help those that are less fortunate.
Yeah, if you guys want to support, we do the CoCo show, and we are not yet sponsored by RetroRewind directly, but the Amigos Network. Just in general, if you want to use the code TIS Amigos when you check out, you can save 10% off your order, and those proceeds will go to the Daily Bread Food Bank.
There's 7 days left in the contest, which time we will be, and the winning show, not suggesting you use Boat and Aaron's code. I'm not getting into that one because there's a whole bunch of shows we sponsor, but the winning show will win two $50 gift certificates that they can give away to their viewers as they see fit. So, and plus you're helping people that really need it.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, Frank. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for producing this stuff, and thanks for all the upcoming stuff that we're working on. And we hope to see you at CoCo Fest in May.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Enjoy your day.
Okay, thanks. And since it's been mentioned about the Boat Fest here, so I thought, Boat, since you're actually on here, if you want to explain that, because that's something that might be of interest to some people here if they can make it out to West Virginia during that time. You want to explain exactly what Boat Fest is? We kind of very briefly mentioned it, but we didn't really get the details, like what exactly is it, what is happening at it, et cetera.
Sure. Well, it's Boat Fest is the Amigos' first annual retro computing festival. We are hosting it in glorious downtown Hurricane, West Virginia, which is actually pretty centrally located to many people on the Eastern Seaboard. We're about 3 hours away from Columbus, 3.5 hours away from Cincinnati, about 7 hours away from DC. And of course, you can fly into the airport here in Charleston, and we're about half an hour away from the airport in Charleston. It is not going to be a system-specific show. I'll go ahead and share my screen here. We take all comers. So if you are into the CoCo, if you're into the C64, if you're into the Amiga, if you're a console guy, want to have you. This is going to be a very energetic, fun festival where there's going to be contests. We're going to do a charity auction. Frank's going to be there. He's going to be recapping machines live and in person. So if you have a machine that needs some work done, you can bring it to Frank, and he might be able to fix it right there for you. This is going to be June 24th and 25th, so we're announcing it early, so there's plenty of time. However, we are limited to only 50 tickets because the room itself can only hold 50 people. So we hope to have a strong contingent of CoCo people there. If you are interested in learning more, I'm in the process of creating the schedule. I know that we're going to have live tapings of all of the Amigos shows, the CoCo show, Our Sinclair, the ST show, and Amigos at the event. Plus, Rob Flack O'Hara is going to be recording an episode of Sprite Castle, which is a C64 podcast there. We're going to have contests and giveaways. It's going to be a real fun time. There's going to be carousing. There's probably going to be drunken karaoke at some point. So I encourage all of you, if you are anywhere near, to come on by and be part of the first Boat Fest.
Drunken karaoke sounds like something that would entice Stevie to come out, I think.
I think so. So yeah.
Okay, thanks for that, because that's something that like we've kind of briefly touched on it, but we didn't really explain. It was like a retro computer thing. It's just so.
Well, it's mostly just an excuse to get together and have a good time with computers on the side.
Yeah, like it would be kind of fun too. Like I wouldn't mind doing, like, I'm hoping that maybe I can attend too. I'm going to try my damnedest to do it, and it's going to depend on work. But I would love to see stuff like if some of us bring our retro computers out, maybe set them up all side by side and like take the exact same game at the exact port and just, have a big comparison. We can play each other's version.
Well, I can tell you just from our own collections, we're going to have an Amstrad CPC, a Spectrum Plus 2, C64, a bunch of Amigas. Aaron's bringing his virtual pinball machine, Vectrix. So we'll have, and of course the CoCos, the CoCo 3. So we'll have a wide variety of systems there, and everybody is welcome to bring whatever equipment they want to, for sure.
Cool, thanks. Okay, so I think I'm on to the regular news now, finally.
Oh, Curtis, can I just interrupt for a second?
Oh, sorry, yes. Yeah, you had an announcement on behalf of Mr. Dave.
Yeah, so Mr. Dave's Kickstarter is now officially over, and it's funded, so it's going ahead with that. And he has discovered that the Aaron dolls are already available in Japan.
Just need to put a little bit of glasses on there. It's perfect. And that does look like some of the outfits he's been wearing on the Team Speaker regulars lately too. So doesn't it?
So yeah, you can track those down in Japan. There you go.
Awesome.
That was the announcement from Mr. Dave. Anyways.
Actually, Aaron just responded in chat. He said, "Woohoo! Ha! How did you know what I wear to bed?" Okay, thanks for the update there.
All right,
and good luck or thanks to Mr. Dave also for getting his project funded here and then working on that hardware. That hardware just sounds awesome, and I'm really looking forward to what people, especially with basic programmers who, as I mentioned before, like learning machine language and learning the hardware intricately inside and out is not the easiest thing in the world to do, and some people just don't have the right mindset or patience for it. But if you can write a game in BASIC with some of those features just by doing a single poke to shift an entire window over on a background and parallax scroll, then I think some amazing stuff can come out of that. Okay, so I will take over the screen now to share the regular news. So let's get this fired up. Hey, speaking of hardware and going through old hardware, we talked about the Patreon that Roger Taylor set up for the fine disassembly of the gimme chip and getting inside the chips themselves. And we found out on the first one where you actually got into the main silk screen what the code names for them were, which we didn't know before. But now he's actually got very rough shots of the actual 1986 and 1987 production gimmies to show you what the differences are. And there's actually a fair bit. This is kind of a little bit of a zoom up, but you can kind of see some of the details here. No, the ROM and memory MMU palette stuff is fairly similar, but you can see that the orientation has been completely changed. It was one big space here that was taller than it was wide on the original Tequila 1986 gimme, and it's split into two chunks here going the other directions down the 87. And I do know the 86 had some timing issues. There was a certain horizontal scrolling that would only work on every second or fourth byte or something like that, or would crash and freeze, and there were some other things that was a little bit flaky. Sometimes it would work, sometimes it wouldn't, type of thing. So the 87 gimme seems to have been redesigned specifically to change the lengths of traces, etc., to get things to function in the precise timing needed. So it's kind of interesting just to get kind of the history of what they had to do to change things. And of course, this is after the original prototypes, which came out 6 months before the tequila version of the chip, and then the huge CoCo 3 board that Microware had, which is basically all the individual chips to duplicate what the gimme was going to do. And of course, Roger's going at all these individual bits now and learning exactly what all this works, looking to see if there's any hidden features. You might be able to even trace some, following some of the traces, et cetera, to figure out what certain things should react, so we can try to see if some hidden features are still on the chip, as we've discussed before. So that's another Patreon that if you guys want to support, there's a lot of work being done. This is not cheap. It's not easy. There's some special hardware and stuff, and they have to acid, the chip. Sloopy, I think you know more about the actual what they have to do to get this kind of stuff done, but it's not just simple stuff.
Yeah, basically they have to use some pretty heavy chemicals to remove the plastic to start with, and then they go and photograph each layer as they remove it so that they can get the full stack of the silicon, and then they put it all back together.
Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to following what he's finding out here. There's a lot of interesting things going on here. And I mean, the fact that he got praise from Ed Snyder himself saying, amazing, this is finally happening. Please share what you find. And of course, Ed is the creator of the Gimme X, which is duplicating it from a functional standpoint as far as we know. But is it perfect? This will be the way to help find out and maybe possibly fix any compatibility glitches that might show up. Next up, and this is kind of the same thing, except this is on the T1 VDG chip. So Alan Huffman had this discussion that he found from, I think it's the Acorn, or I can't remember which system it was for. But basically, there was another system that used the VDG, and they've been asking questions about the T1 because they used the stock VDG for that too. And they were looking at, Sean Riddle did this thing where he actually took a picture, and this is actually some of the connections inside the VDG for the font. So this is the ROM memory inside the VDG itself. Zoom that up a little bit. And that's been actively discussed in this stardot.org.uk, which I will go into the little bit of discussion there just to show, and it actually has the name of the machine because I can't remember off the top of my head. But I mean, we were talking about the last week or the week before about, looking at the gimme where the actual ROM for the character sets and stuff are. In case you wanted to change them. You could, for example, change the gimme to have a pre-bolded font, more like a PC font rather than the thinner gimme characters as they are now if you wanted to, if you were duplicating the gimme. So if I go to that discussion group here, so Acorn, Acorn Adam. Yeah,
yeah, that's the site where all the Acorn machines, like the BBC Micro and stuff like that, are discussed.
Okay. So this is when they were trying to figure out, what the exact pixels were set on the T1 VDG, because there was some talk about some of the emulators, differed how they rendered some certain things. And of course, there was only one T1 VDG, as far as we know, that had one fixed ROM. So they were trying to make sure everything was accurate. And they kind of get into it. And that's where Alan kind of got involved reading it and kind of doing some follow up on it too. So it's a pretty interesting discussion if you want a bunch of the intricate details of the T1 VDG. Now, of course, the VDGs did have an external ROM option, and that's how the lower kits worked on the CoCo. So you could actually add an external ROM with your own custom character set. Dennis Bathory Kits used to sell one, for example. So you could still modify them out above and beyond, but this is to get into the core of the T1 itself, with stuff that was built into the chip. And then you can kind of see where it's actually doing the things. And some subtle differences here too, like the PAL and NTSC fonts are slightly different. Like the E has one extra pixel on the PAL in the middle versus the NTC one, which I probably wouldn't have even noticed. And the same on the F and the 3. So I'm not quite sure why they made them different between PAL and...
Because of the difference in scan lines, it's a readability issue with the difference in the signal that comes out.
Okay, because I mean, the scan stuff was usually more with the vertical refresh being different. So the horizontal, I didn't think they would need to change.
Well, because of the extra vertical resolution, things are going to be smaller. So you want more pixels to be able to be seen.
Oh, okay. Okay, that does make sense then. Okay. Because that's something I never realized that would have been different. I wouldn't even have thought to look, to be honest. Anyway, very interesting discussion if you're into the core details. Go ahead.
Commodore ran into that when they were moving their font back and forth for various TV views and stuff. You'll find that Commodore and Atari made little line-by-line changes and dot changes just to try to make it look good on TVs as they moved into different world markets. So you got PAL and CCAM and things like that. They slowly but surely changed the font over time.
Okay, I didn't know that either. Cool. I learned new stuff today. And then Alan also released one of his videos. So this one here is a bit of code for bits in Color Basic. It's a 6.5-minute video, and it's basically showing a way to do bit calculations fairly easy to understand rather than having to remember, complicated math. So it's not the quickest way to do it, but it's good for prototyping or doing a quick test. So in this case, he shows you how to use the power function. You 2 to the power of the bit number you want, and it returns the value. Now, you wouldn't use this in like a game or something if you would need to set bit flags or something, because it's quite slow. It's using the, raise to the power function in Microsoft Basic, which is dog slow, as he actually discovered when he tried running it later in a loop to see what it would be like as far as getting a hit. But if you just need it for a quick, interactive program or just a test, if I set this bit and this bit and this bit, you can just do it through the 2 to the power of, each bit number. And it's a bit easier to understand and grok yourself. So it's a nice little tutorial for those who are not really familiar with those functions. And also getting into a little bit into and ORing and stuff like that too. So nice little informational, instructional video there. Next up, this one's, and actually it's not really news, but it's a cartridge I had not seen before. I had heard of these, but I've never actually seen one before. And it's a CoCo tuner. So this came out in 1984 by Real Time Specialists or Specialties. And basically it was it's kind of like a tuning fork. It actually would let you tune a piano or tune a musical instrument and make sure that your C pitch is dead on and not like 3 cents flat or something like that. So I had never seen that, like even at Rainbow Fest, because I didn't go to my first Rainbow Fest 86. I don't think these guys were even around by then, so I never saw it. But it was it's one of the more rare cartridges, I would say. And if you're a musician, it's actually a pretty useful one because you can tune all kinds of musical instruments with it. Is anybody here on the panel? I was hoping Brian Shivering would still be here because he's the music man, of course, and did a lot of stuff with synths and stuff in the 80s. And I was wondering if he'd actually got one of these or played around with it. But has anybody else in the panel ever seen one of these before?
Kind of curious on if you can set it to various tunings, because there are different frequencies used in different areas of the world. Like in the United States or North America, we usually use A440 to tune wind instruments, but I know in other areas of the world they use different frequencies. So I'm just wondering how extensible the tuner is.
That's a good question, and I have no idea. I have to hit up Larry Anderson because he's actually got it. I know it's got a ROM in it that basically does most of this stuff. So whether it's expanded enough for international or different types of instruments, that's a good question. I don't know.
If you read down further, I had read this a little bit. I don't remember where, but it kind of implied by some other people that it wasn't as accurate as maybe you want it to be. But
oh, really?
I don't know. Yeah, I thought that I saw something where it said the accuracy was not. Yeah, I don't remember exactly where it was. I was reading through the replies, and like I said, it's replies to replies, so take it for what it's worth. But I could have swore there was one that said like the accuracy was not as good maybe as you would like.
That's surprising, because I know that there was another video that we showed here about a month ago that was going through the auto spectrum analyzer, and they were surprised at how accurate the CoCo was at reading the tones.
Right, but that thing's amazing. That's Steve flexing.
That's curious. Well, maybe one of us should contact the guy that wrote this, Larry Anderson, and actually ask him, because I'd be interested. First of all, can it do what Boat's asking about, switching the base frequencies and stuff, and then 2, how accurate is it actually? I mean, it's just a timing loop that would make it that accurate, and you're not dealing with like 40 kilohertz signals or anything, or tones, I should say. Hey, that was a curiosity piece that I had never seen in real life before. So next one here, Alexander, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, Sidorenko. He's building a CoCo 2 from scratch. So this is the very first shot he took, and it's kind of fuzzy and ghosty looking and stuff here. And he actually did improve the signal after he did some cleaning up here. So it ended up being, pretty readable, not too bad. But then people were asking him, what do you mean you're building it from scratch? He said, well, I breadboarded a complete CoCo 2. And so people asked him, well, can we see a picture of that? Which he supplied, which is over here. So there's a CoCo 2 done on a breadboard. Now, this isn't like, Pedro, who's actually making them replacement CoCo 2 boards that will fit into a CoCo 2 case, etc. This is like raw. This is more like the Gimme X prototype that Microware got type thing. But it's funny seeing that multiple people at the same time independently are actually, recreating CoCos from scratch just by collecting the chips and the different pieces to put it on. So that's definitely way beyond what I'd ever even consider doing. Have any of the other people here, because I know some people used to do repacks and stuff in the 90s. I think Rick, you might have done some of those too. But had any of you ever actually tried to like recreate a CoCo from scratch?
No, we had real CoCos, so we just bought them cheap and moved on.
Gutted them out and put them in a PC case.
Right, or whatever you wanted to do. You could get a CoCo for dirt. So
yeah, that's
if I
true. That's
wanted to
back
do
when they
it
used
to
to
do-
give them away in the auction because they couldn't sell them.
take it out of the box and stick it in a Tupperware thing and have it do whatever random thing you needed done. It's
Has he got a picture of the underside of the board? Because I'd imagine that's a wire wrap.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it
Oh,
says,
that'd be
it says
good.
it's wire wrapped. Yeah, up there in the one comment it says right there. All
Yeah, I just
wire
want to see if he
wrapped.
has a picture, but I don't think.
Oh no, there's no picture, but he does mention that it's wire wrapped.
Yeah, I've never done a CoCo, but I've done an Atari.
Oh, okay. So you actually have had experience doing this.
Yeah,
Pedro's
with
the only
wire
other
wrap.
guy I know that's actually done this kind of thing. So that's Rocky Hill in the chat if he's around.
I've wrapped a few things and they're great when you first do them, and then 2 years later when it doesn't work.
Like in my case, I don't think I've ever wrapped is like Christmas presents. I'm not even very good at that. So.
Yeah, some of the embedded systems I worked on, they were wire wrapped, and oh man, you did not touch it once it was working. That was one of the
Don't move
rules.
it. Don't breathe on it.
Don't breathe on it.
Don't turn it off.
Yeah, and solder some of the more permanent links, like your address bus, data bus, control bus, power bus. Well, anything. Once
The
it's
whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's way beyond me, but I thought that was really cool. So I wanted to show that off. Next up, I was hoping Ciaran would still be on for this, but I think he's had to go if I saw his messages earlier. So this is basically, he's released another update to XROAR 1.0.3. This fixes some more MC10 6803 bugs on the instruction set that was pointed out by Ron Klein and Greg Dion. Fixed some external signaling. I guess he originally did not have the video RAM restrained to the internal 4K, which is actually one of the things that we don't like about the MC10 because you have this 16K RAM expansion or anything else. The video has to stay in that core 4K, but to emulate it properly, that's what you have to do. There's hardware modifications.
Well, if you just, you would have to, if you disable it or put something external on it, doesn't automatically show up there. Yeah.
And then there was an MPI selected slot on reset issue that Tim Lindner had found, which actually had caused problems with some other stuff too, if I remember. And also, I know Ciaran had mentioned to me earlier this morning when I was getting him arranged to come on, he mentioned there was another bug in XROAR. So there's a 1.04 that'll be coming out soon too, with some more bug fixes. But I mean, he just added MC10 and CoCo 3 support all in the span of a month. So I mean, he's been pretty busy. It's bound to have a few bugs that have to get done. But anyway, there's some bug fixes in 103, which you can actually get off of his site right now. And I'll mention as an aside too, I went to go look for Sockmaster's Gimme Access website. And I've tried a couple times. I thought there was just a glitch in the net or maybe a server somewhere. But it turns out that the original host providers for Sockmaster had kind of just left his pages up for years, even though they technically didn't want to do that kind of stuff anymore. And they actually did finally pull them all off last week. So Sockmaster's original sites are gone. So I got a hold of Sock this morning, actually, and asked if he wanted me to maybe rehost his original pages. And then Ciaran had saw that too. And then Ciaran had it already, because Ciaran uses the Gimme register reference that Sock had put up quite regularly, as I did. And he actually beat me to it and copied it off the Wayback Machine archive and put it up. Well, now I got the two of them talking to each other, and Sock actually sent him an archive of almost the entire set of CoCo website pages that Sock had done and given it to Ciaran. And Ciaran's already got it up on his XROAR sites. You can actually get to it now. The details of that, I think, will be in the Discord. Now, I'll actually officially kind of put it out next week here. There's one thing I think that's missing right now. I don't know if you guys remember this from Sock's site, but he kind of had a history of video game controllers. And he does the families, like how the Atari related to the Nintendo and, kind of the different family tree branches of how the different joysticks and game controllers came out. And it wasn't complete, but it gave a pretty good history. And that one was not one he had. So I think they're trying to see if they can recreate that one. And then Ciaran will put that up too if they can. But basically, the pages are now back. They'll be hosted on Ciaran's site. And for those of you searching for those references, hopefully it'll feed through Google. And eventually when you look up Gimme registers on the web, it'll find that site automatically that they used to find socks instead of a broken link, which is what it's doing. Next up after that, Mikey did another one of his videos here. And of course, we've been covering the ones he's been doing lately where he answers a technical question on Pi DriveWire and then immediately uses it to demonstrate a game. That is not what this video is. So this one, this one here, he's actually going into debugging with XRoar and using GDB. Now, you guys that are more familiar with Linux and stuff, you can tell me exactly what GDB stands for. Hopefully, but it basically gives you a demonstration. What's that?
It's the GNU debugger.
GNU debugger, okay. So he basically showed you how to set it up and how to run it with XRoar, and he's actually was using it to test some stuff on the CoCo 3 core that's been added to XRoar that was causing some issues to boot. Nitrous 9 is where they found this one problem only on the 6309. The 6809 version would boot fine. 6309 was causing issues, and that's one of the bugs that will be fixed in the new 104 XRoar that Ciaran's working on because they discovered this one little timing issue problem. But it's a pretty good tutorial. So if you're running XRoar and you want to be able to use the debugger like a lot of us have used in MAME, here's an alternative for you using XRoar. And it's a 22 and a half minute video, so it's a pretty extensive one. Well worth it if you're into XRoar debugging. Next up here in the CoCo Pi group on Facebook, John Strong, of course, who's been doing the Pi 400 cases and stuff here. Now, he's mentioned before he sells the case and he sells a little back plates to hold some of the connectors and stuff, but he does not sell the cabling. And a lot of people are asking, well, what cabling do I need? So he's not going to planning on selling these at any time, but he's actually given a complete cable list here that you can get on the CoCo Pi group, so you know exactly what you need and how long, etc. So now, if you want to get these, you can actually just go in here, source them out from wherever you locally may have or whatever, and then you can get it all set up. So that was nice, John, and of course he's still selling the actual cases themselves. Next up, Nick Brindis, I can't remember. Did you ever get in contact with this guy? Because he's actually one of your fellow Aussies.
Who is it?
His name is Vince, and his channel is called Retrospect Reviews. We've actually covered him about a year ago. He did some other CoCo stuff. And what he did... Okay. Because on this particular one, he grew up with a CoCo, and he remembers typing in stuff from Rainbow and stuff. And what he did here is, because it's Christmas, he picked a Rainbow, and he picked a CoCo 1 and 2 based little graphical demo, and he actually goes through the fun of, and then Aaron in the chat and Brent actually did this in one of the recent ARG episodes of typing in a basic program for a magazine, then trying to debug all the typing mistakes you did, and hoping that the actual original code didn't have any typing mistakes, because that sometimes happened too. So he goes through the fun of it and then debugging it and stuff here, and then he actually runs it. And it's actually joystick controlled from what I remember, so I'll show him once he got it basically up and running.
Okay, so it's working still. So we got past this part. I'm thinking, please wait. Anything? Okay, so here we got Santa Claus riding in his sled above the houses. We got a Christmas tree, a church and a tree, and 2 houses. It says you can control this by joystick, but I'm not sure, or keyboard. Maybe I've got it in the wrong port, maybe. Okay.
He's also using
keyboard does
the buggy version of VCC or something.
Okay,
with the
it's slowing down now. It's
white
a bit
border
slow,
in
so
that
maybe,
mode. It's not possible.
I think it does say in the instructions that you can.
But this is actually a basic demo I don't remember seeing before, and actually getting basic to try to do like this fake scrolling and then a fairly large animation. So I mean, it's running a bit slow, but I was surprised it
hasn't been
carried it off
modified
as well
or
as it
hasn't been. Yeah, processor hasn't been updated or doesn't have more than the.
Though I think he's running VCC, so I don't think he's running the proper double speed port because this is created for CoCo 1 and 2, so it's possible it's running half as fast as it should. I thought I'd throw a little bit of Christmas theme here since it's December. Anyway, I'll let you guys go check out the video there, but it kind of goes a bit into the retro feeling of typing in a program listing in BASIC from a magazine you just received in the mail before Christmas type thing, and seeing what you could put in there to show off to your family as to why they should spend another $500 and buy you a disk drive. Next up, this is Henry Reitveld, who is one of the guys that saw Frank at the PET convention in Toronto. And he's using his Super ID hard drive with a Gotek, and he actually does a brief 2-minute video on demonstrating how you can back up stuff between the Gotek to the ID on the virtual drive images. And then he wrote a little basic basic program that will actually let you, pick a certain one. You just type in the name of the Gotek one, and then it copies it over to whatever drive number you want. I won't bother playing the video. It's short, but you guys can play it yourselves here. But it's a nice little utility of just showing how you could actually do the backups and stuff in the basic program and make it easier than having to type backup 0 to 400 or whatever every single time. Next up here, and this is from Tormod Volden. So he's got a new version of Toolshed Utility Suite for Windows, which just came out literally yesterday. Now, I'm not sure what's changed on this. I didn't really see what has been modified. I don't know if anybody's had a chance to fiddle with this. Is it just catching it up to maybe different operating system versions of it, or is it have they actually added some new features to it? I'm not sure. Has anybody on the panel that deals with Toolshed a fair bit know what was updated on this one? I'm going to take that as a no.
I
was looking for it because he posted about it on the Discord, and I know there was a bug fix, and there was something else that had initially triggered it.
Okay, so it's more of a maintenance relief, not a new feature thing, but bug fixes is always good. So anyway, if you want to grab the new one, it's on there, dated December the 10th, so literally yesterday, and you can grab the 132 version there. Next up, now this was posted in the Discord this morning by Simon Jonassen. So this is a little video of a kind of a spirograph thing. It's doing a rotating set of 128 dots using sine and cosine. He's got the blue, IRQ timer bars. You can see it's not taking much CPU time at all. The thing a bit different here is it's very smooth. It's fast. He said he actually had to slow it down a little bit, but it's all on the single screen. There's no page flipping. There's no anything. It's literally redrawing every time. And he put it out as a challenge for people to take a look at the source to figure out exactly what kind of wizardry he's doing to do that. So I'll play a little bit of it here. Now, Alan, I know you took a look at the source. I haven't had a chance to look at it, so I'll let you comment on it a bit after the couple seconds of the video demo here. So you can see it's not using very much CPU time at all. It's not really wavering, but it's maybe using, a 1/6 and 1/8 of a frame, maybe. So Alan, from your looking at the code, what did you see in there that looks kind of funky or mad or whatever you want to call it?
Well, other than the little bit of boilerplate at the beginning to get it started, all of it is funky and mad. So there is some stuff going on in here with how he's playing with the stack and modifying code and the stack together at the same time to handle the draw list. So yeah, if you ever wanted to know some super secret mad science stuff on how to manipulate dynamic lists of things in code and in the stack, this will get you a 2-for-1 just reading through the core loop. Yeah, I'm going to have to, like I always do with this code, I'm going to have to sit down, spend a weekend, go line by line through it. What did it do to start with? What is it doing in the step? What did it end up with? And then write up my own comment stack afterwards, just to start to get the full idea of all the gears that are going on inside of there.
Don't forget the tequila.
And the funniest part of it, I think, is it's deceptively simple. When you look down the code, you go, "Oh, that's easy," and then you stop because you hit one line and you go, "No, wait a minute, that's not so easy." Then you back up and realize you had no idea what you were looking at to begin with. But yeah, everyone who is interested in 6809 assembly really needs to take a look at this chunk of code.
Okay, now you've got me more intrigued than I was before. So I'll have to definitely take a look at it when I get some free time here. But basically, he's posted the source code in Discord in the assembly channel. And he's put out, like I said, a bit of a challenge to the community to figure out exactly what's going on here. And it sounds like, Alan, you've got at least a head start on the rest of us on figuring that out.
I doubt it.
Well, at least you've looked at it. That's you're one up on me there. Next up, so Jim Gerrie, like I mentioned before, he wasn't able to make the show today because he's kind of busy grading papers and stuff, but he did manage to crank out 2 programs last week anyway. One which was the Run Dinosaur MC10 version, and this one is a Haiku Basic program, originally by John Crutch, and basically creates little haiku poetry stuff for you. So I'll just let it play 1 or 2 here. This is at least as good as I could write poetry. So. I'm not sure how useful it is, but it looks like a bit of fun if you're into haikus.
This reminds me of that software they have where you give it the lyrics to a popular song, like a group song, like maybe 3 or 4 of their songs, and then it will put a song together based on those lyrics. And sometimes it just don't make any sense at all. But pretty interesting, man.
It's just like real lyrics.
Yeah.
And one thing I'll mention here, this was actually the John Crutch version was actually from a book called AI for Small Computers. So this is meant to, kind of simulate a little bit of artificial intelligence. I'm not sure if I quite buy this as being artificially intelligent, but I guess it has to figure out, the
right number of syllables and all of that. Right?
Yeah.
And I know that one made the rounds of quite a few computers.
Erico says it's very CoCo Thoughts.
That's how
we need an AI to write CoCo Thoughts.
Yeah.
Gime's bot on the
Gime's secret is out now. We don't need him anymore, I don't think.
And then a little waterfall behind it and you're done.
Next up, there's a couple of videos now from the Dragon Meetup. So the first one here is a long one. It's 40 minutes, and it's actually goes and talks to some of the exhibitors. So they get some one-on-one with almost all of them going through their stuff. I'm definitely not going to play all that because we'd be here for the full 40 minutes. There's a lot of interesting things there. There's some stuff that we got covered on the show as well. But there's also a few things we did not get a chance to hear about on our coverage of it. So definitely go through this one if you're interested in that kind of stuff. There's a ton of stuff in there that's quite interesting. And then there was a follow-up after that too, a second one with no commentary, which actually just goes through. It's like 10-minute just walking between the booths to give you a quick show with just the standard background noise from the convention itself, but with some better quality shots than some of the stuff that we saw on the original stream we did. So if you guys are interested in the Dragon, or if you're interested in the Dragon Meetup that happened, this is kind of give you some extra stuff to watch. And between the two of them, it's almost an hour's worth of content to take a look at, and including some commentary where they interview all the developers of the various things. So you can get some details that we didn't have time to get into during the live stream.
I was also kind of surprised about his comment when he was talking that he said that it's not as big as CoCo Fest. But when they were walking around during that episode, it looked like it was a lot of stuff there. So I was kind of surprised by that.
Well, I think he's more talking attendance, because the people that actually came to see the Dragon Meetup, I think they said was around 30 to 40 people, which, I mean, a CoCo Fest on a normal year, these days it's around 120.
Right.
So
Well, I was just saying, like, the video that you guys had on the that particular episode, it looked like there was just a ton of machines there compared to what CoCo Fest was. So I was just kind of surprised by that. But yeah, I guess maybe he's just talking a number of attendees.
Yeah. I mean, they did have some bleed over from the regular museum. Like, people just kind of wander into the wing they were doing the Dragon Meetup in. So they got a little bit. Plus, I mean, the CoCo Fest you went to was COVID CoCo Fest, so it was a bit smaller.
Well, that's true, I guess. Yeah.
There's a few of us here on the panel that we normally would have made it and didn't. Would have had our own booths and stuff too. But yeah, I'm hoping this next one in May, I'm hoping things are loosened up enough that we can actually get the full contingent down there and get other people like Frank who've never been out there as well. So anyway, though, if you're into the Dragon, if you're into the, a lot of the stuff that we were trying to show on the live stream there a few weeks ago, and you want to get some more details of it from the people that made it themselves, both of these videos are really good to add to your watch list. Next up here is TJ Ferreira. Now, I'm not familiar with him, though he's got 3,500 subscribers almost, so he's fairly popular. And he got his very first TRS-80 Tandy computer, period, which happens to be the MC10. So he just basically does an unboxing, showing that, in fact, he got the manual with, and he got the cassette cable and stuff there. And he's planning a follow-up video to kind of go through. He's going to try to grab some of the software I think I even left a comment in the YouTube comments there to go check out Jim Gerrie's site, because Jim, of course, has got tons of stuff that they had downloaded to try on MC10. He's a very enthusiastic YouTuber, I will say that. So, for people like, Ken or James or somebody that, half falling asleep during the show when I'm prattling on here, this is definitely the opposite. You'll be actually able to keep awake. So it was entertaining, and I'm looking forward to seeing what his future videos when he actually starts running some of the software. So this is basically just getting the MC10 up and running.
He is definitely enthusiastic.
have you watched his stuff before, or have you seen or met him?
I've seen a couple of his before, but this one, it was almost over the top.
It was almost like watching David Ladd talk about disk drives. That's what it.
Play a bit.
You want to see a bit? Okay.
Yeah.
Howdy, folks. TJ here. Oh, I have something cool today.
Wow.
No, it's not a super expensive computer, but it is
looks
a
like he has to
computer.
pee or something.
And for some people, they may be going, eh. But for me, I love these kinds of computers. I've been eyeballing one for a while, and I finally pulled the trigger because one popped up locally. Been watching them on the Fleabay. The price range is anywhere from around $100 to $150 range. I ended up getting 3 items for $125 plus gas and time to get there, and not being able to test everything because sometimes folks have old computers but they don't have all the right cabling for it. But I was able to test a couple of things, and I was starting to feel good about this purchase. So what did I buy? I've never owned one. Never owned a Radio Shack TRS-80 before. Had lots of friends in the olden days that had TRS-80. Got to use them at school. The older original models from the late 70s. Not this fabulous color version that I purchased. This came out a little afterwards. But what did I purchase? A Radio Shack TRS-80 MC10 in box with a printer, TP10 printer. We'll show this a little closer here in a second. And no box on this one, but it also came with the cassette player.
Wait,
for
there's
$125,
more.
I think I did pretty good. I was able to test.
Anyway, I'll let you guys watch the rest of the video. But yeah, he's definitely
I had
not,
that tape recorder.
He's enthusiastic.
Yeah, he's enthusiastic.
What's that? What's that computer sitting by the monitor there?
He's
With
got
the
a
3.5 in the front of yeah. That
Is
one.
that
That's a Sam's coupe.
Then
A who?
Hey, yeah.
Is that?
They
That's
like
what
to-
I've seen some YouTubers claim doesn't really exist. In fact, I think the Retro Computing Roundtable, that's their in-joke, kind of like our MC10 is a
It
space
is
holder
a
for the
rather
door.
rare and expensive machine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they keep claiming it doesn't actually exist. It's a figment of somebody's imagination. It's kind of like, that's their, their
It's
in-joke.
one of its best claims to fame is it uses a sound chip that nobody else used.
Oh, awesome. I like the built-in 3.5-inch drive, though, I gotta say. And we shouldn't complain because we never even had a sound chip built in. So
It was like 6 channels or something on it. Yeah.
okay, cool. I know on ARG Presents they have covered the Sam Coupe before, so there's a little bit of stuff that Aaron
And don't call it a coupe. No, never call it a coupe to the
I was
people
gonna
that have
say,
one.
I was gonna say, isn't that just Sam Coop?
Yeah. Do not- trust me, do not call it a coupe to someone that has one. It's coupe. And it's like,
Yeah, it's not a coupe.
It's
and
Grey
not-
Poupon. Okay, whatever.
and it's not a ZX81 either.
ZX.
Right.
I was going to call it a cow pie, but I don't think that's right either. So,
So I was going to go shopping at Target.
Well, it's on.
Exactly.
Well, it's sitting on top of a damn computer.
Isn't it a junior?
Well, maybe.
Yeah, that's
Looks
a
like a
damn
shell of something.
That's a Coleco Adam.
Adam.
Well,
a dam, yeah.
water.
Ah, damn! I got to hook the printer back
Oh,
up again
waiter.
to power the thing on. That thing.
It came out in 1989. That was very late for a
I was gonna say
8-bit computer.
The Adam?
No, the one on top there. he's
Oh, the
talking about,
coupe.
right?
The
The
coupe.
Sam
the coop. The chicken coop.
If it's a coupe, where are the doors?
I'm wondering, can the Atom erase the floppy disk in the coupe there when you
Probably.
turn it off?
My guess is yes.
It probably could.
Well, turning the Atom on, dim your lights.
I
Well,
know
it is.
B11 will do that, but anyway.
Yeah, well, that's just an EMP generator on the bottom.
At any rate, it's an entertaining video to watch. I will say that, and like I said, I'm looking forward to see what he thinks of some of the software and when he gets into the 1,000+ Jim Gerrie collection, or some of those other machine language ones that recently came out that we've from Japan that we mentioned there a few weeks back.
It's also kind of interesting, like his entire setup just is like a menagerie of parts, like nothing goes together. There's an REST disk drive, and then that Sam Coupe, and then whatever that might be in that.
A 2600 Pac-Man cartridge, it looks like.
Yeah, just like kind of all just kind of thrown together.
The
Looks like my
classic
office, actually.
2600 Pac-Man cartridge.
He's a little obsessed with all things old and electronic, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, I can see that. But yeah.
Yeah, that's
Where's
a kettle
the-
near black type of situation. Okay, and now I'm on to the last one here. So I'm going to show a couple bits of the clip here. So this is Noel's Retro Lab, which we've covered before. And he's covered some Dragon stuff we got recently. So he did a couple things that he mentioned that are CoCo and Dragon related here. So the first one is that somebody sent him a 1986 catalog from Radio Shack. And of course, he's in Europe, so I don't know if he even got these. But of course, he knows a bit about the CoCo, and this is just the catalog before the CoCo 3 was released. So I'll play a little bit of that as he's going through a bit of the catalog.
This is almost 200 pages. Oh, look at that. Very cool, this drive. Look at those modems. Yes. Very cool. I will definitely be pouring through this. And
I don't know if Vote's still on here, but I know you guys on This Week in Retro covered the original acoustic coupler modem from 1964 there. So there's one of the more modern ones. And then the second chunk is he got one of the replacement Dragon power supplies that we were talking with Frank about earlier from Dragon Plus, the ones that John Whitworth made some, but doesn't want to really get into manufacturing them. So I'll play a little bit of that as he kind of goes through it. Somewhere around here.
checking it out and learning more about it. This next package is coming from Dragon Plus in the UK, but it was actually sent by Patreon supporter Leo Albanese, a longtime supporter of the channel. And as you can expect with a name like Dragon Plus, this has something to do with the Dragon computers. So, okay, that's a good start. Lots of documentation. Very, very well packaged. You can tell it's very professional. And there it is. This is a kit.
Must not be an eBay.
For, I believe, is the power supply for
No, he's much
the
more of a
Dragon
retailer, I
computers,
think, more
which
like
has
Frank is.
a not trivial power supply. It's one of those mixes of AC and DC. So that's very cool. And if I remember correctly, part of this is also replacing the video out. So I think maybe it replaces the RF out. And I'm not sure if it's because it uses the slot, or there is something maybe in there that needs the AC voltage and this only provides DC voltage. So I'll have to look up some more about it.
I was going to ask Karen
and it
that,
even
but unfortunately he's
comes
not
with
calling. So.
this very specific connector that the Dragon uses to connect the back board with the main board. And maybe that's why this is also doing some video things. It probably just replaces the whole backboard with something else, and then they need to do the video processing there as well, maybe even the video out. So this looks very complete, and this could be really cool. I'm totally looking forward to checking it out, and I will definitely need it in at least one of the Dragon, 200s that I have waiting to be repaired. So again, thank you very much, Leo, as usual, and this will come in really handy for a future video.
So I just wanted to cover those two things because they're kind of Tandy, CoCo, and Dragon related. Of course, he does all kinds of retro stuff, and there's more to this video, other stuff he's received. So if you want to get some general stuff, he's got some TI-9 4A stuff. He's got some ZX Spectrum clones, C128, etc. A lot of stuff in it. And that is at the end of the news segment of the program. And I think some people might want to talk about some project updates, etc. Mark and Rick, for example.
I have a news item that I'd like to speak
Oh,
of.
sure.
Yeah, can I share my screen real quick? There. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yes. How can we improve browsing, filtering, and searching?
Yes. On Twitch, which is one of the things that we stream on, there's tags for various things. Well, there's tags for other machines like the Commodore 64 and the Amiga, but there is none for the Tandy or even the color computer. So what I've suggested on their site is a Tandy tag, so that you can find Tandy related streams much easier. And here I will put I'll try to put the thing into this. There's a direct link for the people who to go there, and you can vote, because they have a voting system for new tags, and this will allow you to find your favorite computer stuff and related info on Twitch. And as a side note, I also want to recommend another one, because they don't have anything for technical things. When I'm doing my soldering and such, I will also do stream onto my Twitch, and this one is for a technical tag, and I'll also put the link for that to into the chat. And all you have to do is just go here, and then right here, this where it says where I obviously voted, you just click on the voted, and that's all you need to do. And I think this will help the community, because it'll allow you to find more Tandy related content.
So where in Twitch actually is it?
It's in the user voice. Well, it's twitch.uservoice.com. It's I posted the direct link in the chat, so you'll be able to just go straight to this page.
Okay, I just voted, so it's showing a vote count of 4 now. Do you know how many it needs before it kicks in?
I don't know the exact number, but I do know. But looking through the history, I've found that things have been added with numbers as low as 100 to 150 people. So it's all depends on the number of votes, and they just go through them and review them and consider them.
Cool.
So, and we want to get more people to vote, because the more people that vote, the more likely it is to get approved.
Cool. So for the people watching the show later after the fact, like not in the live stream, it's actually posted in the chat. So hopefully that'll show up in the live stream recording. It'll also be in our Discord. What channel are you going to put it in, Sloopy, in general, or?
Yeah, it's already in general. I posted it when I actually did them, because yesterday when I was streaming, I went to go put tags into my stream, and I was like, wait, there's no tags related to the CoCo. And then I looked for Tandy, because I figured that's close enough, and nope, there's no Tandy.
Right.
And TRS-80, nope, nothing. So, and there's tags for the Amiga, for the Commodore 64. Yeah, there's also a glaring exception for Atari computers too, but they do have an Atari one that you could at least get close, but still, there's like nothing for the Tandy. And our voice needs to be heard, because there's no way to CoCo.
So we're going to do Tandy first and then do CoCo afterwards, once the Tandy one's accepted, maybe? Because
Yeah,
Tandy
you
will
could-
cover, of course, the Model 1s, the 2s, the 3s, the 10s,
Right.
the 1000s, etc. So
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather see at least a Tandy. I mean, a CoCo would be nice, but at least a Tandy. I mean, you can in the comment section, you can add it that there should be one for like the major Tandy lines, like the Model 1, 3, 4, the 2, 12, 16, 6000, the PCs, the CoCo, etc. So, because they do read not only the thing, but some of the more common comments. So.
okay, cool. Well, everybody get your vote in there. We'd like to get that so it's easier to search for CoCo related and Tandy related content on Twitch. We'll start with Tandy first to get the general one, and if we can get enough for CoCo later on, that'd be awesome too.
Yep. Yeah, and also don't forget the technical side of things. If people want to watch me solder things like that you want to see made.
It's not quite the same without the smell of burning hair.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to. I'm not going to name specifics, but if you want to see me build things like this, then
and watching soldering live for me is like scary. It's like watching a horror film. So I don't think I can.
Well, I don't have to worry about burning my hair.
Right?
Need hair to burn. Yeah, and hey Rick, if you need your boards, if you need the cereal chips added, I mean, I can do a whole show about them and add the cereal chips to a whole bunch of them.
We might go there.
Yeah.
Because I can find little bitty ones and twosies, but I can't find, JLC doesn't have them. So, yeah, let's talk about that.
Yeah, I'll have to put you in touch with a supplier that I know of in China, and I've been dealing with them for 12 years, and they have never sent me bad chips.
Goody. That's the other thing. You can silk mask anything on top of a chip of any kind and call it whatever you want and sell it to you. I've had a few of those, so yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, speaking of finding chips, I was behind my workbench here and actually found a couple PIAs, 68B21s. I was like, woohoo! So you never know where you're going to find this stuff.
It's like finding $10 in your laundry.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, actually, more like, yeah, good B series 6821s. That's more like $20 in the laundry. So.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Sarah. Because I'd forgotten about it just from all the going through the news stuff. So.
Yeah, there was so much exciting news in there. I can understand why.
So as far as localized news here, so who all has project updates other than the game stuff we covered earlier, obviously, but I think Rick Ulland and Marco Roser might have a bit of an update on the CoCo NIC, or at least kind of where it's heading at this point. Does anybody else have any other stuff as well?
I do. I also have an update also.
Okay.
If well, since they're all quiet, you want me to just go first?
Yeah, might as well.
All right.
I know Mark has to leave to go to a wedding he's maintaining sound at, so it might be a Rick solo show anyway.
Yeah. All right. As you can see, nothing special here. CoCoSDC Explorer in my CoCo 2. But if we go down here, hey, there's a directory called Dragon 32. Let's go see what we can see in here. And as we all know, the Cuthbert series is very popular on the Dragon. So let's try this out. Hey, it's working. Just so you know, there's no tricks here. This is in fact a CoCo 2 with a CoCo VGA upgrade. And it seems to work.
So this actually does the remapping of the keys and stuff for the PIA differences?
And the joystick works. So what are we doing here? Did we convert Cuthbert to the CoCo? No. Turn it off, turn it on. We converted the CoCo into a Dragon.
So is that like a flash ROM or what is that?
That is the internal drive wire board that I sell. I put the Dragon ROMs into it with just one small patch, and then for the keyboard, let's turn this off and I'll show. I made
a remapper,
a little adapter.
Oh, okay, so you're remapping the keys just so it just works.
Right. And then you see how they're jumpers. You jumper one side and it's the Dragon. You jumper the other side and it's the CoCo. So you can run all your favorite Dragon software on your CoCo.
Is this going to be on a Switch selectable board?
Yeah, I'm waiting for switches to come in. Unfortunately, the 6-pole switch that I need, I can either buy one of them for like $9, or I can get or I can get 5 of them for $10. But I can either get the one for $10 or for $9 next Tuesday, and I can get the 5 of them for $10 next and just around Christmas.
So how about like a one of those ICs that select? Was it like a 157?
Well, no, that would be like 4 of those ICs that select.
Yeah. And yeah, so I'm going to make a small board that allows you to just mount the switch, like probably down around here somewhere, and you'll be able to push it in for CoCo, push it out for Dragon, and you'll be able to use all your favorite Dragon software on your CoCo. Nice. Because I know quite a few people want a Dragon in the US, but the Tano Dragons are all sold out and that were for sale, and getting one imported over here is not a cheap proposition. And although they are quote unquote the same, they're not exactly the same, and it's nice to have the option of both.
I want to license your product.
Okay.
for my key replacement thing, rather than just make one up. This would be a cool collaboration.
Oh,
So
integrated
I'll
into a
think about
keyboard.
Yeah, for making it into a to change it from the Mylar connection to the thing.
Yeah, after many reworks, I've about got mine working, but it could use stuff like this. But I don't want to just steal everyone else's idea. I would rather.
Yeah, well, I plan on
combine it all into.
Yeah, I plan on actually making it PCB, because this is what it looks like underneath.
Right.
And as we were talking earlier about wire wrap and how you should solder the wires so that they're reliable, even soldering can have issues.
Oh, I can tell you about that.
Yeah.
No, wire wrap's also brittle, so if you thump it 100,000 times in a row, the wires just fall off. It's yeah, it's great.
So, but yeah, that's my project update. And all you wonderful people out there, don't you need to drive wirelessly today?
Actually, I don't.
Have you drive wirelessly?
So, Rick, I think you're next up. I think Mark had to go to that wedding already, so I think you're going to have to solo it. But if you want to kind of give an update on the CoCo Nick and, like you said, the Foundations Edition. The Founders Edition.
Yeah, the Founders Edition, because there's not really any software yet.
Yeah.
But,
how do I get one?
Send me money, because I need to recoup some of my expenses so far. If you go to computerconnect.com, when I'm in Connect, you will find my website, and I can sell you some there. And I will link data sheets and software and other things like that. We've got through the initial getting stuff out the door that I haven't done in a while. And then, I'm as fast as my 3D printer can print them. Here is serial 110 that I just snapped together during the show, because 3D printers work when they work, and you go tend them when they need tending. Anyway, at my website, I've got a blog section, and if you look in there, there's a CoCo.io concentrated errata, which is the pack-in manual, sort of link sheet that I'm keeping up to date, so you can go there to get data sheets and software that we have going. There's a couple of GitHubs online for people who are writing things for this. Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot for users yet, but I'm setting up a website that you can connect to from your CoCo that isn't encrypted, and you can just connect directly and get various CoCo things from there. Basically tied into my web browser program that I'm working on. Right now I'm a little disorganized because I'm trying to get a lot of things done in a short period of time, but hey, they work and I'm shipping them, and I've got a couple dozen, and it's been a long time since I could say I had a couple dozen of anything to sell. So that's it's a fun time.
Now, I know Mark had mentioned before that he's got some of the auto detection and stuff working to figure out that the chip's present and stuff like that. Like I think the software is starting practice. He's working on some of the driver stuff.
Oh yeah, he's working on that sort of thing. The program that I wrote is kind of I'm stealing from the early days of Linux. So you have a host file that replaces DNS with here's a list of host names and IP addresses. And you've got an interfaces file, which gives, rather than using DHCP, you assign an IP address and so forth. All of these things could be improved upon with various daemons and so forth that haven't been written yet. My idea is to just get it online now. It's like the early days of ARPANET. Okay, I've got a list in my host file, so I can connect you. It's our own little dark net, because we don't have encryption. So you can't just connect to any random website. It has to kind of be directed towards this product. And, Telnet would work, SSL would not. So, it's kind of, the next step is providing consumables for it, basically. I think the hardware works, but we need things to use it for. And of course, Mark's working on DriveWire, so that'll help. We have several people working on several things. So let's see where we go.
Mark's auto detect is for which port? Because it has a jumper selectable port in the cartridge. And he's got a detect so that it will just know which of the 2 port settings it's using in the CoCo's memory map.
Okay.
Oh, right. Because otherwise, like in my stuff, you have to know and put it in. It's the interfaces. I actually added a line that doesn't exist in the Linux interfaces file for your hardware address. So it's not, the program is, you don't have to change the program or anything. You change the config file. So I've got a couple of things that I haven't quite got online yet, but we're actually going to move from just doing sort of a text screen kind of web browser to actually having maybe some images and some downloads. But man, the buffer on this chip is a bear. So I need some people to work on this thing with me. That's all I'm going to blabber today. I really didn't have a presentation, and it shows.
We'll blame Mark for bailing on it too. But it's good that the hardware's working and that some software development, even in its primitive stage, is starting to happen. Like you're getting some people that actually are writing some utilities and testing programs and stuff for besides just yourself. So I think that's.
And the initial deliveries have also started. People are starting to receive them. So hopefully they'll plug them in.
And so far, Alan, are you the only one that's had that problem where it doesn't work?
Oh, we're not discussing that, are we?
Well, we do have an issue with CoCo2's running the SAM accelerator and a VGA, but that's kind of complicated because, how many people have a SAM accelerator and a VGA on the CoCo2?
Yeah, there's about 100 or so, I guess, have the CoCo VGA, but as far as the SAM accelerator, that's pretty rare.
So we're not really sure if that's an issue. Although, everything I send to Alan blows
It
up.
works when Rick sends it. It doesn't work when I plug it in.
See, that's what happens when people ask me to solder things.
I'm blaming it on the Houston ship channel. It's all those ships that are going just south of Pasadena that have screwed up the magnetic flux and
my last name.
Yeah, you must be sending it through the special EMP customs or something like that.
It is Murphy's Law, exactly. So we'll see if it expands beyond that. Then obviously, so far it works on CoCo 3s. But
you should send one to me, and then we can see if it can get lucky.
Yeah, and who are you?
I'm going to send mine over to Marco, and Mark's going to run it through his battery of CoCos and just make sure that it's just something about mine. Because it worked for Rick when he sent it out. It doesn't work in my CoCos, but a third test will know for sure.
Yeah. And this is after throwing scopes on output traces and centering all of the little mismatches. And I mean, geez, why does it blow up only for this guy? So it's good that we've got now 10 in the field as soon as some of the victims get theirs. And
customers.
Founders.
Yeah, founders. So we're getting software going. I'm about to get a website online that is not encrypted and is CoCo oriented and is written towards the CoCo's limited screen size and et cetera, so we can actually do something with it. And we'll go from there, I guess.
Cool. Well, thanks for that update. I'm glad to see the project is progressing, and some are getting out in the hands of people that can actually help start writing some of the software and stuff too. And having a CoCo website we can hit would be awesome.
Yeah, we've got to get your site. We've got to get your site CoCo compliant.
Mine's pretty dumbed down. Specifically, it was written so you could get onto it from a CoCo from way back.
Is it unencrypted?
I didn't even know.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Okay, good.
But now we're going to put Curtis's design to the test. So all this theoretical nonsense, we'll find out for sure whether it really is CoCo ready.
I specifically use GIF images on my site, though, because I actually did test it using links back in the day, running KB term to download the GIFs and then view them in another window to make sure that would work. So, because I was planning on doing a graphical web browser on the CoCo way back when.
Basically,
one of the reasons I rewrote Vue to handle some CoCo 3 specific GIF stuff.
And Vue and MGE and CM3.
Well, those aren't web standards. I was trying to do some web standard stuff here.
See, the thing that we might need to implement somehow is the WizNet has 8K on the card basically, and you can stream this off. If you could stream this off directly to the screen, that would certainly save a lot of time and effort. So
yeah, or even have something pre-render it so that it's just a straight image you're displaying.
So yeah, how do you pipe data from the cart through a GIF decoder to the screen without ever involving RAM on the CoCo?
Mr. Dave's board might actually be able to do that, to be honest.
So this is the kind of things I'm worrying about now. We're getting on to how do we make it work good?
Great weekend network. What do we do with it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it works. So how do we make it work well? Links isn't what I was going for here. I want to actually have little thumbnails you can click on. You can't put the pictures on the screen, but you could have a thumbnail and you click on the thumbnail and then you see the picture in an alternate window that you can kill because, OS 9 has windows. So it has promise. I've poked at enough things to see that I can do what I want to do if I just had more time and, development staff, I guess.
If you had a budget.
I had a budget and a staff, and we could get this done quickly, but instead we'll see what we got by next Christmas, but I'm working on it.
Two developers.
Well, cool. Thanks for the update, and hopefully you guys will keep us posted on what's happening as far as the software support for it and stuff goes, and also, figuring out any niggling little hardware bugs, etc. There are any. Does anybody else have any project updates or acquisitions they want to talk about? I'm hoping not, because it's getting kind of late. I'm getting hungry.
Just something real quick here. You were talking about, you were talking about Arcade Game Designer earlier, and I haven't made a secret of this over on Discord, but I haven't really announced it publicly. I have been working on a port of Arcade Game Designer for the MC10. And okay. It has gotten to the point at, well, if regular work doesn't get in the way, hopefully I'll have a demo to show off soon. Sometime this month, I'm hoping.
So are you scaling the graphics down to like a P mode 1 type thing because of the
no, at first I'm requiring the P mode 4 thing. It's the code supports P mode 4, P mode 3, and then the modes that are actually supported on that hardware. So if somebody has a modded machine, they would be able to play the demo, or they'd be able to play it on an emulator. But the goal is to get something out there so that someone, if they want to take and convert a game down to the lower res to work on all machines, they could do it.
Okay.
And one of the things that I ran across when I was converting the game engine is the way they got it up and running. This was originally a program for the Z80 over on the Spectrum. And they emulate the Z80 by creating virtual registers on the 6502 version and 6809 version. They use virtual registers, and they basically duplicate the operations going between those registers and stuff. And one of the things that the 6809 version did not do was change the byte order. It's still the virtual registers are still, at least the code I have anyway. I don't know. I may not have the latest code. They are still little endian, and so you can't load D or load X on a few things. So one of the things I've been doing on the MC10 version is we don't exactly have the fastest machine out there, so I've been trying to optimize it so that it does everything in big endian and take fewer instructions. So hopefully, once I get the MC10 version up and going, maybe we can make some optimizations to the 6809 version too.
Cool. I had no idea you were even doing that, to be honest.
You guys should be on Discord more often.
I have been, though Jay's been keeping me kind of busy lately. So
yeah.
Okay, we ready for the outro?
Yeah, unless somebody else has an update, but I didn't hear anybody else pipe up besides James.
This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer, MC10, and Dragon systems. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at CoCoTalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTalk@CoCoTalk.live. Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click on the Patreon link on our website, CoCoTalk.live. CoCoTalk would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Alan Murphy, Amigos Retro Gaming, Bill Noble, Brian Joyce, Brian Weaver, Curtis Boyle, D. Bruce Moore, Danny O'Connor, David Ladd, Eric Canales, George Jansen, Grant Leedy, James Diffendaffer, Jason Reichert, Jim Brain, Ken Reichert, Ken Waters, Mark Bosley, Mark Overholzer, Mikey Furman, Mr. Dave 6309, Nick Marentes, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Paul Fiscarelli, Richard Lorbieski, Rick Adams, Rick Ulland, Rob Inman, Ron Delvaux, Samuel Gimes, Sloopy Malibu, Steve Bjork, Terry Steggy, Tom C., and many, many more. Please help support the CoCo community. A list of various contributors and resources are available at imacoconut.com. That's imacoconut.com. The original CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. The new CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2020 by D. Bruce Moore. Both are mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. CoCo forever!
Drag it out a bit.
And that's
And
how
he's
we
the one who
shorten it.
complains about the length.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, we're in the caboose now. Okay. Any other last minute thoughts?
Not for me.
Keep on CoCoing.
Just a big thank you to all of our guests today.
Don't forget to play Gatecrasher.
CoCo early, CoCo often.
Yes, and make
Yeah,
sure
Thursday.
make sure you come Thursday to play with us. If you need help, just ask. We can walk you through it even on the air.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, say goodbye, everybody.